question, Leclerc and coworkers looked at what settings have been linked to SARS-CoV-2 transmission clusters. They searched the scientific literature for information about SARS-CoV-2 transmission clusters and extracted data into a publicly available Google Sheet that you can see here. You can see the setting where the clusters occurred, the country where it occurred, and how many cases were in these clusters. You can play around with that spreadsheet yourself. Here's a summary table of the most important cluster sites. What are the most important ones? There are bars, elderly care homes, hospitals, households, obviously, having a meal together, religious gatherings, schools not so much. Outbreaks in ships don't happen that often, but when they do, they can cause many cases to be infected. Shopping centers, sports facilities, work, and worker dormitories. And what do these all have in common? Well, 3 things, the 3 C's. Number 1, closed spaces, often with poor ventilation. Number 2, these places were crowded with many people. And number 3, it's places where conversations, shouting, or singing happens in close proximity. We've known for quite a while that SARS-CoV-2 is transmitted primarily indoors. This is a paper studying the spread of the novel coronavirus in China. These researchers identified 318 clusters of 3 or more cases between January 4th and February 11th. Only
Good evening. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting for July 13th, 2021. Call the meeting to order and ask our clerk to do a roll call, please.
Councilmember Ashcraft?
Here.
Councilmember Chen?
Present.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Here.
Councilmember Kalani is absent. Councilmember Matucci?
Here.
Mayor Fury?
Here. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and city attorney on the agenda matters listed under 14A, threat to public services or facilities, 14B, conference with labor negotiator, and 14C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code, Section 54957, 54957.6, and 54956.9D1. We will return at 7 p.m. Good evening and welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting for July 13th, 2021. We've been in executive session. Mr. Chaparro, is there anything to report?
Good evening, Your Honor. There is nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening to everybody, and thank you for joining us tonight. I hope you all had a safe Independence Day and were able to enjoy the Torrance fireworks show. I mean the official Torrance fireworks show, not the other shows that were out there. We all have heard about it, and we're doing our best to obliterate that whole situation next year. But our celebration was a great way to welcome back the community and celebrate our nation in addition to the reopening of California beyond the blueprint. I want to thank our city staff, especially our community services department, fire and police personnel, and Torrance City Cable for bringing this event to the viewing areas and also into your homes via live stream. With the reopening of California, I urge you all to check out the program the city can now offer. We've got sports leagues, the summer reading program, Bartlett Senior Center is open, the splash pad at Wilson Park is open, and so much more. The best way to get information on events and activities in our city is to sign up for the Torrance e-newsletter at torranceca.gov/e-newsletter. We can't wait to see you at some community event. We stay busy during the pandemic, enhancing the ways the city community can utilize services quickly and efficiently. Just last week, the Community Services Department, the new home of our Animal Control Division, launched the Animal Control online portal. Now, this user-friendly portal now features new reporting tools for residents. You can easily report issues like dogs off leash or barking dog complaints, receive confirmation of animal control reports, and request follow-ups from staff. To access the Animal Control portal, visit torranceca.gov/animal control. Of course, the public can still contact the police department for emergency animal control needs, but all non-emergency requests should contact community services at 310-618-3850. Again, that's 618-3850. We continue to run normal business for our residents and community. To keep Torrance moving forward, it is important to us that you have an opportunity to voice your comments during this pandemic. Public emails will continue to have a deadline of 2 p.m. on the day of the council meeting that you wish to comment on. And thank you to those of you who met today's deadline. They've all been forwarded to the council as supplemental material and will be entered into the public record. Any emails submitted after the deadline will still be added to the public record. For those of you tuning in via Facebook, YouTube, live stream, or City Cable, because of the challenges faced in this council format, and in accordance with Government Code Section 549-54.3A, we will now dedicate a single 60-minute comment period to hear the public on all agenda items, as well as for general orals by telephone call-in. The only exception to this 60-minute period is public hearings. Comments that are directly relevant to agenda-sized hearings will be taken as part of the actual hearing. You may participate by calling in to Public Input Hotline. The number is 310-618-2404, and it will be displayed on the screen. Please be patient when you're calling in. Be aware that our call center is very busy, taking multiple phone calls, seemingly all at the same time. So you may get a busy signal when you call in. If this is the case, please try calling back in a moment or two. We understand that everybody eventually gets through. City Clerk, have emails received before 2 p.m. today been processed as supplemental material and provided to the City Council?
Yes, Your Honor, they have.
Thank you. Then we move on with the agenda. The first item will be a flag salute led by me and followed by a non-sectarian invocation by Councilmember Matucci. Ask everybody, please rise, put your right hand over your heart, and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dear Lord, thank you for giving us yet another chance to come together and attempt to do what's best for Torrance. Not all decisions are popular, and not all decisions are unanimous, but I know deep in my heart that your wisdom and guidance will help us tonight. Amen.
Thank you. We'll take a report of the City Clerk on the posting of the agenda.
Your Honor, this agenda was posted on Tuesday, July 6th. with a revised agenda posted Thursday, July 8th.
Thank you. Take a motion to waive further reading.
Move to waive further readings.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion passes with Councilmember Kalani absent.
Thank you. Announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and/or supplemental items.
Thank you, Your Honor. Adam Chwayan, City Manager. We have several supplemental materials available online on the city website at torranceca.gov for the following items. Item 6A, City Clerk, appoint to fill at-large council vacancy. Item 7, Oral Communications. Item 8H, Transit, appropriate grant funds and award contract services agreement for purchase installation of an exterior light emitting diode video wall system for the Regional Transit Center. 8I, Community Services, approved temporary license agreement for Ultra Public Art Exhibitions at the Del Amo Fashion Center. Item 9D, City Manager and Community Development review of Friendship City Program. Item 9E, Public Works, approved categorical exemption under CEQA and award agreement for the Plaza Del Amo at Western Mobility Enhancement Project. Item 9F, City Manager, provide update on Public Health Department research. 9J, Community Development review draft Downtown Torrance Revitalization and Connectivity Plan and provide input on recommended implementation priorities for Downtown Torrance. And lastly, 10B, City Manager and Finance conduct public hearing and adopt resolution approving user and regulatory fees. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Council committee meetings and announcement. I ask that we adjourn tonight's council meeting in memory of Martha Estrada, a beloved Torrance community member who passed away on June 17, 2021. She was 70 years of age. Martha was born on April 26, 1951 in Torrance, California, to Ascension and Juanita Solis. She was the eldest of 10 children and was often enlisted to care for her younger siblings, while her father worked long hours as a brick mason. These childhood experiences contributed to Martha's strong work ethic. Martha began her career as a secretary in the Inglewood Police Department. Then she stepped up to take on the newly created position of Information Technology Specialist. Martha learned everything you could about computers and was sought out for her expertise. An exemplary employee, her coworkers appreciated her kindness and patience in teaching others. Her dedication to work could be seen in the 33 years she devoted to the city of Inglewood. Martha was an active member of her parish, St. Margaret Mary Catholic Church. She was passionate about her faith and loved singing in the choir with her cherished friends. In addition, Martha was a dedicated volunteer to the Little League Baseball program, District 27, and she could be seen in the stands cheering on the players as her husband, Frank, could be found umpiring the games. Together, Martha and Frank gave countless hours to Little League Baseball and its players. We have really lost an all-star. Martha's loving and caring devotion ran limitless within her family. Martha and Frank were married for more than 50 years, and she loved her 2 children, Michael and Christina, and their 3 grandchildren, Taylor, Emily, and Ian, unconditionally. Martha will be laid to rest this Friday, July 16th at All Souls Cemetery in Long Beach. If you'd like to send flowers, please send them directly to All Souls Mortuary at 4400 Cherry Avenue in Long Beach, California. Martha will be greatly missed and dearly remembered. Thank you. Councilwoman Ashcraft.
Thank you. I would like to adjourn tonight's council meeting in memory of former Torrance Unified School District's Assistant Superintendent, Dr. Frank E. Terrell. Frank passed away on June 13th, 2021, at the age of 89. Born in Detroit, Michigan, to parents Edna and Clifford Terrell, Francis Edward was the eldest of 3 children, and big brother to Marilyn and Doreen. From his earliest years, Frank was passionate about athletics, learning, and faith. After high school, Frank served 4 years in the United States Navy, where he enjoyed playing basketball on aircraft carriers and in international ports of call. In 1955, he married his lifelong love, Barbara. The two settled in Torrance, and Frank began compiling an impressive professional resume. Following his 5-year stint with the City of Torrance Parks and Recreation Department, Frank enjoyed a 45-year tenure with Torrance Unified School District. During this time, Frank received master's and doctorate degrees in education from USC. He served as a TUSD administrator for over 3 decades, ultimately retiring in 2005 as the assistant superintendent of the district. Frank had a tireless work ethic. He supplemented his full-time work with scores of additional responsibilities, including adjunct professor at universities, management consultant to companies, colleges, and professional organizations, and as a volunteer with community councils and service groups. A profound and devout Catholic, faith underpinned all he did. Frank attended Mass almost daily. To his closest kin, Frank was known simply as Pops. He will be remembered as a kind, generous man, devoted to his family, his church, his library, and his Dodgers. And I'd like to add that I know Frank always carried a book in his pocket to read when he had a minute. Pop was a gregarious man, eager to share his knowledge and never afraid to chat with a stranger. He spent life educating himself and teaching those around him. A lifelong learner, he nurtured a smarter, kinder, and better world. Frank is survived by his beloved wife, Barbara, their 6 children, 15 grandchildren, 10 great-grandchildren, and countless other relatives and friends. Services will be held privately. In lieu of flowers, donations may be made to St. Jude Children's Hospital, Los Angeles, in Dr. Terrell's honor, and he will be sorely missed.
Thank you. Councilmember Griffiths?
Thank you, Mayor. I ask that we adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of Torrance Transit employee Johnny Camarillo, who passed away on Thursday, July 8, 2021, following a traffic accident. Johnny was born on October 2, 1970, in San Angelo, Texas, to Alexander and Suzanne Camarillo. Johnny began his career with the City of Torrance in 2013 as a trainee in the Apprentice Relief Bus Operator Program in the Torrance Transit Department. He became a relief bus operator in 2014 and was promoted to bus operator in 2015. Throughout his tenure with the Transit Department, Johnny was known for his excellent customer service, positive attitude, and great sense of humor. He was a dedicated professional and team player who enjoyed helping our customers travel to their destinations and serving the City of Torrance community. During his time off, Johnny enjoyed spending time with his family and exploring new things with his fiancée, Andrea Gonzalez. Johnny is survived by his parents, Alexander and Suzanne Camarillo, fiancée, Andrea Gonzalez, daughter, Brianna Camarillo, son, Jeremy Camarillo, sister, Yvonne, and brother-in-law, Scott Carrico, and nieces, Danielle and Alexandra Macias. Services will be private. Our deepest sympathy is with Johnny's family, friends, and coworkers. He will be missed and will always be recognized as a member of the Torrance Transit team. At the direction of Mayor and Council, all city flags will be lowered at a later date to be determined in his honor. I ask that we take a moment of silence to honor the memory of our city comrade. May he rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you. It's always difficult to do an adjournment, but when we have 3 members of the greater Torrance family memorialized on the same evening, it's somewhat difficult, but we will plug on. Now a little bit of housekeeping where we're at. We've had to move things around on the agenda. We'll be doing our public comment section first, followed by 6B, which is our recognition of our 2021 outgoing commissioners, and then we will follow that up with our appointment to fill the at-large vacancy seat. We think that that's the best way to do it, to allow people to comment about the appointments as well as all the other things on the agenda. So we're now moving on to the 60-minute public comment period for agenda items and general orals. If any members of the public want to speak, please call the public comment hotline now at 310-618-2404. City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.4E, provides that speakers can only speak once. Any speaker that attempts to speak a second time on any item will be disconnected. Callers will have 1 minute to speak on one agenda item, 2 minutes to speak on 2 or more agenda items, and 1 minute for general orals. Therefore, each speaker will have a maximum of 3 minutes, and then they'll be disconnected automatically. Please speak when you're prompted and state the number of the agenda item or items you wish to speak on. Or if you want to make a general comment, there is a delay in the broadcast, so we ask you to not try to follow what you may be hearing on the broadcast. Please turn down the volume on your TV or viewing device, and do not use Bluetooth or speaker phones. When speaking on agenda items, you must be on topic. We would like to get in as many speakers as possible. If you're not speaking on topic, or if we can't tell if you're actually speaking on topic, you'll get a warning to stay on topic. And then if you don't speak on your topic, or if you go off topic one more time, you forfeit the remainder of your time, and we will move on to the next caller pursuant to City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.5 and Section 6.7B3 and B4. If there are no speakers waiting before the 60-minute period has elapsed, we will close the public comment portion of the meeting. Please note that the council orals will still take place at the end of the meeting. And we'll turn this over to the call center now.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin to transfer in the calls. Daniel J., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Number 7, oral communication.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Good evening, Mayor Fiore and members of the City Council. I'm here to remind everyone that the Torrance Art Museum reopens this Saturday, July 17th at noon with the shows Ultra, Even Sparkles Have Shadows, and Seconds to Last. The event begins with a dedication in front of the museum of a mural design by the Dutch artist Jan van der Ploeg. Following the ceremony, enjoy live performances and go to High Beams Project Sculpture Park at the Cultural Arts Center parking lot from 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. Still reservations are required. To find the locations of Ultra's artwork and activities, check out the guide map available in print on torranceartmuseum.com and via the QR code. To see tema tops relevant to the exhibition, go to temadvocates.com or Tem Advocates YouTube channel. Watch the May 21st talk about Ultra and the April 8th talk with Jason Jennings about Even Sparkles Have Shadows. Thank you for your time, and I hope you enjoy the museum's offerings.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. She disconnected herself. Beverly F., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, I'm calling on agenda item 8F. Mayor and Honorable Council, I just wanted to encourage you to go ahead and approve the contract with Fiesta Parade Floats for our 66 entry into the into the Pasadena Tournament Roses Parade. We have been very blessed with our builder because with all the increased costs that have happened this year based upon the pandemic and that, I mean, his wood prices have doubled, steel is somewhat quadrupled or something like that, that he has managed to keep our price at where it was. It's phenomenal, and I just encourage you to go ahead and approve that so we can get on with our proud tradition and we can all get together and build another beautiful float. Thank you.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Marianne H., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
6A.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and City staff. I'd like to recommend Assam Sheikh for council member vacancy. Assam is currently a commissioner and has been on several commissions, which has allowed him to understand and support the requirements of the city. I believe his dedication and integrity are top-notch and will make him a good candidate for this role. Additionally, by obtaining this role, he will acclimate as he looks to the future to gain a city council member position in 2022. I appreciate your time and attention, and have a good night.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Bob A., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
General comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, I'm Bob Adams with AFSCME District Council 36, representing the employees at 1117. We offer our condolences for our brother who died on duty driving his bus in the tragic accident. But I'll be remiss if we didn't mention the poor working conditions in transit right now. Bus operators often work forced overtime in their days off under threat of disciplinary action. Bus operators generally do not feel supported by management. That being said, we have a staffing and recruitment problem. And it's mainly for three reasons. Issues of pay. Our pay it fails in comparison to the city of Gardena. The starting pay is equal to, their starting pay is equal to our ending pay. Reputation. City of Torrance has a bad reputation throughout the region.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Sheila B., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
9D, 6A, and oral communications.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
In regards to 6A, you're trying to fill a vacancy for yet another person, another city council member who has stepped down. And so it was Herring, and now it's Goodrich. We can't forget that also the chief of police stepped down, and we can't forget that also the city manager stepped down. It's very clear that you're either cleaning house over the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, or the house is cleaning you. Either way, you're dirty, you're corrupt, you're racist, and it is high time that you create a civilian oversight commission of the police department. You refuse to listen to your constituents. You refuse to listen to the grand jury. But we're not going to give up. We are relentless. Today is the 8th birthday of BLM. Black Lives Matter was started today. And in the name of all of those who were lost and were stolen from us because of state-sanctioned violence, which the Black Lives Matter started as a love letter to black people by Alicia Garza, one of our co-founders. And it is high time that this country and your city show some love to black people. And we cannot forget that that it has been said that justice is what love looks like in public. And you refuse to show justice for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. You refuse to show justice in the name of him for his family and for his mother, who you put a baton on her neck. It is absolutely absurd that you refuse to do the most basic of things. You want to talk about in 14A the threat to public services? You need to talk about the threat that public services poses to the people. Because public services, one of those is policing, and the police in Torrance have routinely brutalized, killed, harassed, and oppressed people. And this goes back to the fact that your city started as a sundown town. We cannot forget about that. In regards to oral communications, it is absolutely ridiculous that we have been calling you for almost 3 years, and you refuse to budge on very basic, common sense things in the light of the murder of a life, in the loss of a life. That is someone's loved one. He was loved by his aunties. He was loved by his uncles. He was loved by his mother. He was loved by his community. He was loved by his cousins. And you can't even show a basic modicum of respect for his mother by allowing her to finish her comment without cutting her off, by refusing to allow people to address other public members, which is supposed to be against your rules of decorum. But I forgot those rules of decorum are only meant for us. It was never meant for anybody else.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Bridget L., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Good afternoon, council members. I'm commenting on agenda 6A for tonight. My name is Bridget
1
Lewis.
minute starts now.
My name is Bridget Lewis. Citizens who take a political risk in doing the right things for the betterment of our great city deserve our support. Sound leadership during an economic recovery following a global health pandemic, combined with existing social justice societal issues such as the current homeless crisis, push the need to create mandates of innovative thinking and a commitment to listening to constituents and making thoughtful decisions in the best interest of the city. Tonight, I'm here on behalf to ask that you consider Planning Chair Adam Shake to fulfill the position of the Open City Council seat. Commissioner Shake has all of these traits through his continuous commitment to the city of Torrance, and he provides valuable insight to the issues by holistically listening and understanding information being.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Jay Wee, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
This is for oral communication.
Thank you. 1 minute starts now.
Hey, good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and staff. As a Torrance resident, I would like to know what's being done to stop, address illegal fireworks being launched in our neighborhoods. And it's really a nightmare for those with sensitivity to loud noises and veterans with PTSD and pets. I would appreciate your addressing this issue. Thank you.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Stephanie P., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications.
I'm sorry, ma'am?
Oral communications.
Thank you. 1 minute starts now.
I'm calling in once again on behalf of Sherilyn Haynes, the mother of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, calling to demand justice in his name. You need to fire officers Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez. You need to establish a civilian oversight commission. You need to have some shred of accountability in the city of Torrance. It's getting worse and worse. And yes, today is the 8th anniversary of the establishment of Black Lives Matter, the Black Lives Matter movement. I stand with Black Lives Matter. I stand with Sherilyn Haynes. We are looking for a new way of doing things in the city of Torrance. As it stands, Torrance is at the bottom of what's happening in Los Angeles County, and that is a really, really low bar. Racism, white supremacy are running rampant in your city. You need to do something about it. Fire the officers who murdered Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. I yield my time.
Mayor, the caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Caroline C., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communication.
Thank you. 1 minute starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I join my fellow community members in calling for the firing of Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. I feel it's critical that a civilian oversight committee is established to ensure accountability, and this is the very least that you can all do. Too many lives have been taken due to state-sanctioned violence, especially here in Torrance and in LA County. We need you all to stand up and do the right thing and make the right choices. Finally, I'd like to close with remembering and demanding justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Thank you. I yield my time.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Porkchop, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Hello, Katie. I would like to speak on 8F, the Rose Parade, 9C, and the oral communication.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Katie. Anyhow, I bet you guys missed me last week. I was ready and prepared, and I didn't get on. But yeah, what can we do? My YouTube channel is growing slowly. I'm gonna have nice new videos for you, free of charge. Anybody can watch it anytime. Somebody can make me a comment on my videos if anybody knows the real reason why Timmy Goodrich left the city council. Because I cannot believe that a guy who cared so much about Torrance and spent a dozen of years in college learning about government and how to be a politician and this and that, and just out of a sudden he just quit. I don't know why did he quit. Now the other thing I would like to mention here, 6A and 6B should be before oral communication. But Mr. Mayor hates that because that way people could answer those or make comments on those things. Thank you, Ferry, to screwing it up again for the public. But that shows your smoothness as intelligence. Thank you, Ferry. Now, I had a little encounter with the Torrance Police Department, and looks like your Torrance Department employees, the heroes who save our lives and property, they couldn't even give me their names. They don't know their freaking names. They refuse to ID themselves. So maybe the new police chief could look into these things. Tomorrow I'm gonna go back and get those motherfuckers' names. Because if you don't give me the name, that's what I call you. Now let's go back to 9C. More dark night. This one is not a dark night here. Why don't you just stay home all the time and save the taxpayers the money for the electricity and everything you do there? Okay, you got rid of the city treasurer, the whole city treasury department. Hero Jackson quit, the city financial director quit, everybody quits. Oh, Timmy Goodrich ran away. Unbelievable. Just do every night at the dark night. Stay home. Now, I know that Rose Parade float ball is only cost the taxpayer $150,000. But do you think the new strain of this COVID not going to hit here? Do you think Europe is a week away from lockdown? Do you think you guys going to have Rose Parades here and get thousands and thousands and thousands of people sit next to each other? You don't...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. TJ, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, 96A in oral communications.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
And I'm also calling in to stand in solidarity with Sherilyn Haynes and the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Once again, demanding that you immediately implement a civilian oversight commission to keep the dangerous Torrance Police Department accountable for their violence. This is one step that you can take right now to help heal a community still in pain from this murder and to try and earn some trust among your constituents. Holding this department and its officers accountable after a senseless murder is critical, so you can demonstrate that you all actually want to protect and serve everyone in your community and not just white people. Fire Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez. Heartbreakingly viewing the video again, you can so easily see Mitchell had his hands up, trying to comply with the officers actually physically complying. He was ready to do what they were asking. He wanted to live. You can see this so distinctly, and what you cannot see at all is Christopher reaching for whatever the officers claim that he was reaching for in his lap. In fact, that 1 second is so completely blacked out that no one watching this, no one other than a Torrance Police Department committing to protecting their own would come with the same conclusion. You can see Christopher twice in those 15 seconds holding his hands up. He was terrified for his life, complying with his hands up, and these racist officers were so terrified of a black man's body that they simply executed him. The officers involved in the shooting had been exonerated by the corrupt office of Jackie Lacey, and this is why this case needs to be reopened, and in the meantime, establish a civilian oversight commission. I stand with Sherilyn Haynes and the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. We're waiting for you to act. Please act now. Firing Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon is the least you can do to help your racist town evolve past its stain in history as one of Southern California's most disgraceful towns. The city council is supposed to oversee the police, but you have proven yourself incompetent, as evidenced by the rewards and raises given to officers who murder civilians. The other murders at the hands of Torrance police also include 3 others in the last few years, and accountability is necessary to prevent future murders from happening. In the name of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, I demand you fire the officers who murdered him. I demand you create this oversight commission. Always will be standing with Sherilyn Haynes, mother of Christopher, 15 seconds from pulling up on Christopher's car. These officers escalated instead of de-escalating. They executed Christopher, and it's tragic. It's tragedy for Christopher, it's tragic for his mother, horrific for the community. A man lost his life.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Pat B., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Hi, I'm calling on 6A, 8F, 9C, 9I, 14A, and general public comments.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Great, so I'll start out by saying justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, and establish a civilian oversight commission like you were told to by a grand jury over 2 years ago, and like Black Lives Matter, their supporters, and the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell have been demanding of you for pushing towards 3 years. It shouldn't be taking this long. It shouldn't be taking anywhere near this long. And in this amount of time, you've been, as folks before me have said, losing so many people in your public service seats, including now you're filling another city council seat because nobody wants to work with you. Nobody wants this job. Nobody wants to deal with your incompetence and the results it's yielding, the way that we have to call in every single week, that you don't have one of your precious little dark nights to avoid us, to reiterate these demands because you keep sitting on your hands, disgracing your city, disgracing and not listening to your constituents, going against the will of the public, endangering the public. You want to talk about threat to public services and facilities? What about the threat your police pose to the people in your city, especially Black people living in your city, people like Christopher, young Black people like Christopher, to their families, to their parents, like Christopher's mother, Sherilyn Haynes? You want to hold us to rules of decorum? We remember your rules of decorum when we were showing up in person. We remember the violence of you sticking armed police officers in riot gear on us to kick us out when we dare to speak truth to power to you, except you have no real power. You're weak as fuck. That's why you won't do the things that we're demanding of you. Your spirits are weak. Your resolve is weak. Your morality is weak. So what are you going to have for your little rose parade for to celebrate your precious city that you disgrace every damn day? Is it going to be a cop pointing a gun at a young Black man while you city council members, little replicas of you, look on approvingly with your hands covered in blood? Is it going to be a replica of the city hall building that you sit in with a bunch of cops in riot gear standing at the entrance, forcing BLM protesters outside for speaking out? Is it going to be a replica of Matucci's thin blue line flag he had hanging? Huh? What's it going to be? Why don't you take that money and give it to Sherilyn Haynes and fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon and do even more than that? Totally overhaul your city. Become better people, human people, righteous people, good, caring, compassionate, humane people that you like to pretend you are, like you pay lip service to on the regular, but you never actually act in a way that aligns.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Karina K., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hello, dishonorable city council. I hope you had a terrible break. I had a wonderful break not dealing with your incompetent fuck asses. I'm calling again in solidarity with the mother of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Christopher Christopher DeAndre Mitchell was murdered in your city, and your behavior is absolutely abhorrent, absolutely reprehensible. You refuse to create a civilian oversight commission only simply because of your hatefulness, but also because you're probably fucking embarrassed that you need oversight in your city. And you should be fucking embarrassed. You should be absolutely ashamed. You should be ashamed that you are propping up murderous-ass killer cops, Anthony Chavez, Matthew Concannon, who need to be fucking fired yesterday. You should be absolutely ashamed. You are inept. You don't know what justice means at all. Your asses need to be out of fucking office.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Mary Ann D., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
9I and oral communication.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
In terms of your rules of order, they are tantamount to Jim Crow etiquette, which I'm sure you need explaining for you. Prior to 1954, most white Americans expected black Americans to conduct themselves according to well-understood rituals and behavior. This racial etiquette governed actions, manners, attitudes, and words of all black people when in the presence of whites. To violate this racial etiquette placed one's very life and the lives of their family at risk. It certainly did cost Christopher his life, didn't it? And now you threaten Christopher's family, BLM, and their allies with your rules of order to, quote, govern speakers under the rules of under oral communication, to enforce rules of decorum, which effectively are black codes, truly, and created to silence and punish advocates for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. These racist actions you take are blatant, and your desire to act in a racist manner reads loud and clear, given that you've been told of the myriad ways in which your actions are racist, and yet you carry on with zero personal reflection and your behavior unchanged. Fire Anthony Chavez, fire Matthew Concannon, create a civilian oversight commission. Black Lives Matter. I yield my time.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Bill L., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
I'm speaking on 6A.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hello, I would like to recommend Melissa Wright to become a council person. I have known her for over 30-plus years and have witnessed her dedication to the community by volunteering her time to many city projects ranging from school issues and a range of general city projects. Giving her a more direct voice would be an asset to the community. She's one of the most knowledgeable people about city matters I know and is highly qualified. I support Melissa Wright to be a member of the council. I yield the rest of my time.
Mayor, that caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. B.J. Johnson, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
9I and oral communications.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
So my name's B.J. Johnson, and I just want to say Black Lives Matter Los Angeles is so disgusted by the facade of political correctness this commission continues to try to instill with mere acts of decorum when they refuse to prosecute killer cops. That's why I say proudly that you should fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, as well as create a civilian oversight commission, as you were commanded to do by the courts 3 years ago. We stand in solidarity with Ms. Sherilyn Haynes. We will continue to stand and fight for justice in Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's name because his life mattered. He will continue to matter. And on this third anniversary of Black Lives Matter Los Angeles, it will not be forgotten who stands on the side of cowardice and on the side of the status quo as we try to transform things to be better and more courageous and more righteous in reality. So I just like to say Black Lives Matter. We love you, Ms. Sherilyn. We'll continue to support justice in Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's name. Say his name, Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Say his name, Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. I yield my time.
Mayor, that caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Diana P., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, I'm calling in regards to oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you. I'm actually calling in to show my support to the Torrance Police Department. They do an outstanding job protecting the public, and we're very lucky to have them. Torrance Police Department, keep up the good work. We see what you're doing, and we appreciate what you're doing. My second actually is a question to you, and that is, do you know why the Channel 7 News was outside of City Hall tonight with news media? I will yield my time at this point. Thank you.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Torrance Patriot, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, 6A, 7, and 8F.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I stand in solidarity with the Torrance Police Department, firefighters, city workers, and all first responders. I want to thank you all for keeping our city safe and clean and happy for the most part. There are a few that aren't happy, which we know. I also want to wish you Godspeed on getting a new council member on, I would like also, I've been involved when I was younger with the Torrance Rose Float, and it was a great experience, and I hope you guys are able to fund that. And now for the business of the day here, I'm glad all the Black Lives Matter people are getting paid for their call-ins. And I just want to set some records straight as far as all the people who loved Cowboy, and that's what we will call him because that is what his gang name was Cowboy. Where were all these people who loved him telling him not to, possess a firearm, or maybe the uncle could have said, hey, don't operate a chop shop. The mother could say, hey, don't go steal vehicles from people who, worked hard to, earn them, to drive them. And then, the aunt, where was the aunt saying, hey, don't go trespassing, especially with possession of burglary tools and also possessing a controlled substance. And these were all in 2018, vehicle theft. So, and he was not complying. He kept putting his hands down. He had a loaded gun in between his legs, and I watched the video. He was not terrified. He knew what he was doing. It wasn't his first, excuse my language, rodeo for the Mr. Cowboy. Gang member Cowboy, and I'm getting a little sick and tired of these people denigrating our police department. They do an awesome job, and as far as treatment in the city council meetings, everybody gets treated the same. And when you create a riot in the chambers, the police are going to clear the chambers. And these people want to rewrite history. Well, I was there, and I have video on my phone. So, let's just call an ace and ace of spades.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Cheryl Lynn, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, oral communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I demand justice in the name of my son. My son did not deserve to be shot down like a person who just did so much violence to somebody, because he never was arrested for being violent or doing any harm to anyone. The way the Chief Bird propaganda, the way she positioned herself to say, like, my son is so bad that he deserved that. My son did not deserve to be murdered by some racist killer cops, Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. I love my son, and I miss my son so much. And you do not deserve to be murdered
because of your past. That's a lie. Thank you, Black Lives Matter, for standing in solidarity with me. And I thank everybody for calling who know my son is Christopher Dion.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Sarah S., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, ma'am.
Item 6A.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I would like to nominate Assam Sheikh to the vacant City Council seat. He's exceptionally qualified, having served on many commissions, not only as a member, but also as chair and co-chair. He has many years of leadership experience and has demonstrated hard work, honesty, and integrity. Assam really loves the city and was doing a phenomenal job as a team member on the council and as a representative of citizens. I found his characteristics to be the quality that would make Assam Sheikh a really fine addition to the City Council. Thank you.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Ed M., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral comments.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
My name's Ed. I'm a 20-year Torrance resident. I'm a mechanical engineer and a single father of 2 elementary school-aged children. I'm a member of Madrona Homeowners Association. I echo Madrona Homeowners Association President Rob Thompson's comments from the last council meeting. The homeless pod in the Civic Center will negatively affect the neighborhood I've invested in for the last 2 decades. I'm actually calling from the Bay Area right now. I split my time between the Bay Area and Torrance. I've seen the results of short-sighted, permissive homeless policies. I encourage you to visit Oakland sometime, especially along the Interstate 580 corridor, to see what their homeless camps look like. It looks like a third-world country. The Madrona Homeowners Association organized against the pods at the Civic Center 2 decades ago when the Magnavox house was sold to a megachurch. We organized to oppose it when Mayor Dan Walker betrayed the trust of Torrance residents.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Tom N., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
6A.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. I'm looking at the number of people that are running for the City Council position, and I know several of them, and they're very fine people. I think rising to the top would be Jimmy Gow and Mario Bejas. They're bright, dedicated, and well-informed, not to suggest the others aren't. I think they're good people, and good luck with making a choice. It's difficult. Bye-bye.
Mayor, that caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Louise S., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, I'm calling on oral communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm really just horrified that first the way that this council treats the mother of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, Sherilyn Haynes, the way you cut her off in her grief, the way you have refused to afford her justice for her son, despite over 2 years of people demanding in solidarity with her that you fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon for killing Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and that you establish a civilian oversight commission. I'm even more horrified by the evil white supremacist drivel that she is forced to hear when she calls in. People victim blaming her son, people blaming her. The only person responsible for Christopher's murder are the people who pulled the trigger, Anthony Chavez.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. JL, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
We have called and demanded for over 2 years now
we have demanded for you to fire Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez. These are murderers who are trigger happy, who sit and within 15 seconds have pulled the trigger and taken the life of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. This is absurd that we have to continue to call and demand that what common sense is to take officers who are murderers off the streets to protect all of the citizens of Torrance. But the fact that you guys will not do that lets me know that not only are you willing and knowing that you don't even believe in the criminal justice system, because if you did, you would do the simple of letting due process happen. But you are deliberately trying not to do that. So let me know that you know that they were in the fucking wrong, and you still do not do what the people have demanded, which means that you guys are also incapable of doing the basic, bare minimum of decency, which means that
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up, and that's the last caller in queue. This concludes oral communications.
Thank you very much. We move on with our agenda. And as I mentioned earlier today, earlier this evening, we're going to take 6B at this time. And this is a recognition of our 2021 outgoing commissioners. Hopefully we have it queued up. Actually, it looks like the television went off. Bear with us, we have a little technical difficulty here. All right, we have video now. Okay, Charles Deemer served on the Environmental Quality and Energy Conservation Commission from 2013 through 2021. Roanne Foxwood served on the Civil Service Commission from 2013 through 2021. Jimmy Gow served on the Social Services Commission from 2016 through 2021. Eileen Hausman served on the Library Commission from 2013 through 2021. Shirley Jones served on the Social Services Commission from 2017 through 2021. Dr. Lori Love served on the Parks and Recreation Commission from 2013 through 2021. G. Rick Marshall served on the Planning Commission from 2017 through 2021. Geneva Martin served on the Environmental Quality and Energy Conservation Commission from 2013 through 2021. Anil Muhammad served on the Culture Arts Commission from 2014 through 2021. Lyndon Nishinaga served on the Airport Commission from 2020 through 2021. Georgia Perkins served on the Library Commission from 2011 through 2021. Andrea Riley served on the Parks and Recreation Commission from 2013 through 2021. Camila Safarian served on the Library Commission from 2017 through 2021. Jack Walzer served on the Water Commission from 2016 through 2021. Melissa Wright served on the Civil Service Commission from 2011 through 2021. And Andrew Zander served on the Traffic Commission from 2017 through 2021. On behalf of my colleagues on the council, I want to thank the commissioners for their service. Your commitment to improving the quality of life in our city is very much appreciated. And it's my pleasure to recognize you this evening for your dedicated service to the airport, civil service, culture, arts, environmental quality, energy conservation commission, library, parks and recreation, planning, social services, traffic, and water commission, and to the people of the city of Torrance. Thank you to all of you for your dedicated service to our community. We are so fortunate to have such great volunteers that are willing to step forward to give their time to improve the quality of life in our community. So thank you on behalf of my colleagues. Round of applause. We move on to item 6A.
Mayor, Autumn Torrance City Manager, if we could take a 5-minute recess, please.
Oh, that's a good idea.
We're having some technical difficulties. We'd like to adjust and come back.
Okay. We're going to take a 5-minute break now, and when we come back, we'll do 6A. Okay, welcome back. We've been recessed, taking care of our technical difficulties, and one of those difficulties is connecting with Councilmember Kalani, who is out of town right now on a business trip, and but she's patched in now to vote on this very important 6A. And since she is here now, I'm going to ask our clerk to give us one more roll call to make it official.
Councilmember Ashcraft?
Here.
Councilmember Chen?
Present.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Here.
Councilmember Kalani?
Present.
Councilmember Matucci?
Here.
Mayor Fury?
Here. So the next item that we're going to address is item 6A, from the city clerk's office to appoint to fill an at-large city council vacancy. I turn it over to our city clerk to get it started, and we'll take it up here.
Thank you, Your Honor. Rebecca Poirier, City Clerk. It's the recommendation of the City Clerk that City Council take action to fill an at-large vacancy on the City Council by appointment from a list of qualified applicants. At the meeting of June 8th, 2021, the City Council directed the City Clerk to advertise and make applications and supplemental questionnaires available to residents interested in completing the unexpired at-large term of Councilmember Tim Goodrich, who resigned effective June 1st, 2021. Under Torrance City Charter, Section 603A, the City Council shall appoint a new member within 60 days of a vacancy. To appoint a new member, it takes a majority of the quorum of council members. If the council fails to arrive at an agreed appointment by July 30th, the council must direct the city clerk to return with an item to call a special election at the next regularly scheduled meeting per Torrance City Charter Section 603. An ad was placed in the Daily Breeze. Notices were posted on notice boards at City Hall and on the City of Torrance website. As of 5 p.m. on Wednesday, June 13th, 2021, 18 applications were returned to this office. The applicants were registered voters in the City of Torrance and are eligible for appointment. Districts are shown for informational purposes only. The City Council seat is an at-large position. The following individuals have applied, and binders containing the information were prepared for the council's review. And at this time, I would like to note that applicant Brett McKenzie withdrew his application, and that is contained in the supplemental that was provided for this item. The first applicant was Charles Deemer. The next is Jeffrey Gibson, Jimmy Gao, Ben Gunter, Larry Halverson, Jonathan Kaji, Aaron Karsh, David Kartsonis, Rick Marshall, Mike Mono, Mario Bejas, Arthur Shopper, Assam Sheikh, Jack Walser, Novelette Witt, Melissa Wright, and David Zeigelbaum. And at this time, I believe there are some videos of the applicants to be shown for the public.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. Council, Mayor Fury. As you know me, I've been around City Council, City a long time, and would appreciate to be on these City Council, at least for 1 year or so, whatever the time is going to be. The main thing I can think of that's different from me, from everybody else that's going to be speaking to you, is I've been involved with the transit for so many years, and with the transit center finally opening, it looks like, in a few months, it would be nice if I was actually on the council when that happened, as I probably have made as much comments on it than anybody else, and maybe even some more than some of the council members, because I was there from the very beginning, as you know, Mayor Fury. That is all I have to say. Would appreciate that you guys choose me. Thank you.
Am I good? Good evening, Your Honor, and members of the City Council. My name is Jeff Gibson, and I thank you for considering my application to this council seat. I have spoken to you and value your insights on issues facing the city. I also appreciate your patience as I expressed my thinking on those very same issues. There are very well qualified candidates for this position. However, I believe I have a combination of organizational experience and lifelong residency, which is a unique asset. I have actively participated in many city council meetings on the front line of decision making. I have engaged the residents and business owners in problem solving, both simple and very complex. I grew up in Torrance and recall living adjacent to a Nike missile site in West Torrance, which is now an open space. I also recall living adjacent to one of thousands of oil wells in this city, nearly all of which are gone now. Both instances represent how the industrial base in the city has changed over time. My decades-long residency in the city as a renter and a homeowner has taught me to appreciate the quality of life in Torrance. Appointment to this council vacancy is an opportunity to contribute to my community. I bring actual municipal government experience, strategic thinking, and my commitment to this community to the table. If appointed, I pledge to be prepared, serve with humility, and keep the interest of Torrance first. Let's go to work. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and Torrance community. My name is Jimmy Gao. My roots run deep in Torrance. My grandfather moved his family here in 1941. He helped start the YMCA and Little League. A supporter of local business, he always said, if you can't find it in Torrance, you don't need it. My grandmother was part of the PTA group that created the Torrance Unified School District. And our family will never forget how the city embraced us in 1994 when my uncle, Sergeant Tom Vanderpool, and his captain, Mike Tracy, were killed in the line of duty. I was born in the old Torrance Memorial Hospital and swam on the El Camino College swim team. My first job was as a lifeguard at Vanderpool Swim School, the business my grandparents built and ran in Torrance for 20 years. I am committed to giving back to this city that has meant so much to me and my family. In 2016, I was an original founding member of the then new Social Services Commission. I was elected by my colleagues to 3 terms as chair. Under my leadership, we created the work plan that still guides the direction of the commission and was the framework for the city's homelessness plan. I was also instrumental in creating the city's council district maps. I believe government should be accessible to its citizens, transparent and responsive, reflecting what matters most to the community, with public safety, resident services, improved public spaces, and securing a business environment as a top priority. I trust you'll recognize my commitment to public service and consider me for this opportunity to serve our city in this highly honored position. Thank you.
Good evening. I want to thank the City Council and City Clerk for running this appointment so smoothly. My name is Ben Gunter. I am a resident of Torrance District 3 and a small business owner. When I came to California, it seemed like the place everyone wanted to be, and a decade later, it seems more and more it's becoming a place that people want to leave. It's easy to point at the cost of living and tax burden as why our state is becoming less attractive to newcomers, but even more than that, it's also the sense that our state and county governments are not living up to their responsibilities. For the last year, we've all been asked to do extraordinary things to protect the people we love and people we don't even know. Our residents should all be extremely proud of how seriously they took this responsibility, but it doesn't seem like our lawmakers even grasp how much our communities were upended. We haven't had a month to breathe without masks, and the state is already trying to force us to abolish zoning for single-family housing. Now is the worst possible time for us to be bullied into giving up our lifestyles. California has a government that's promised us again and again that it would fix homelessness, if only they had more money. It's a government that's been more interested in scoring political points than having kids in school. And it's not leadership. It's an abject failure of the institutions that we trust to protect us, and we can't allow their power to remain unchecked anymore. I believe we deserve better, and I don't think we'll get it until we stand up for ourselves at the local level. The time to do that is right now. After speaking with the City Council, I'm confident I can work together with all of them, united to tell Sacramento that we won't let them take control of our lives anymore. We need to get back to focusing on public safety, clean air, good schools, the things that brought us all here in the first place. And as your councilman, I'll waste no time at all in engaging constituents, reviewing the budget, and preparing to leave this city better than we found it. Again, my name is Ben Gunter. I'm a proud resident of District 3. Thank you for consideration, and God bless.
Hi, Mayor Fury, fellow council members. My name is Larry Halverson. I own Express Employment Professionals right here in the city of Torrance. I was interested. I read the Daily Breeze article recently on this event, and they described in detail the 3 people with extensive experience in public service. And then they just listed the rest of us, name, and for myself, they said United States Naval Academy graduate, which of course I am and very proud of, but not why I applied for this position. I am, first and foremost, a local business owner, a resident, again, a resident of District 3 here in Torrance. I have had the pleasure of speaking to each and every one of you and expressed what I bring to the table is a knowledge of the current business community, the current business environment. My business, which is an employment agency, interacts with all the businesses here in Torrance, Carson, the South Bay area. I feel their pain. I know what they're suffering from. I know what areas that they need help in first and foremost from the City Council, and that's the knowledge that I bring. I appreciate the opportunity to speak and interview with each and every one of you. I urge you, I know the easy way to go is potentially just pick someone who already has experience, get through the year, but I urge you to consider those candidates that might be able to help you not only with this next year, but for the next 5 years if you pick a candidate from either District 3 or District 1. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate if you select me for the Torrance City Council. Thank you.
I am John Kaji, who will use my proven experience to get things done that will improve the quality of life in Torrance. Raised and educated in the South Bay, I've built a successful real estate practice in Torrance over the past 30 years. I've previously served as a commissioner for the California Commission on Economic Development and as a board member of the County of Los Angeles Economic Development Corporation, successfully attracting new investment to California and Torrance. As a member of the City Council, I would hold the Torrance refinery accountable and invest in better emergency notification systems to protect Torrance residents. I oppose defunding the police. I support community policing built on strong personal relationships between police officers and the residents they serve and protect. I am committed to protecting our senior citizens, ensuring that when 911 is dialed, life-saving services our firefighters provide are readily available. I am dedicated to preserving and expanding our parks. Recovering from the pandemic is a priority, focused on keeping good-paying jobs in Torrance. That also means that all neighborhoods receive their fair share of city services. I don't want Torrance to be another Los Angeles Skid Row with people pitching tents on sidewalks and dumping trash on our streets. I do not support relinquishing local control of land use decisions to Sacramento. Finally, Torrance is strongest when we fully embrace our diversity. There is absolutely no place for hate, violence, or intimidation of any kind in Torrance. Tonight is an opportunity to ensure the Asian American Pacific Islander community has its fair share of representation on the City Council. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you to the city staff, city council members, and Mayor Fury for the opportunity to introduce myself. My name is Aaron Karsh, and I believe I would be an excellent addition to the city council. I'm a proud graduate of West High School. There, I studied and played baseball, and then I went on to study sports management and coaching at Concordia University. There, I met my wife, Stephanie. She and I have 2 children born and raised here in Torrance. I've stepped forward seeking this opportunity because my passion for civil service has never been stronger. I look forward for the chance to provide vision in regards to our Parks and Recreation Department with expanded access and programming opportunities here in Torrance. My goal is to see Torrance as a destination hub for sports in Southern California, bringing with it the tourism and business opportunities. My hope to quickly address the homeless crisis here in Torrance by enabling our police department to keep our community safe while providing support for those in need. To our men and women in uniform, from my family to yours, we support and thank you for putting your lives on the line every day, protecting our community. I feel now more than ever that being a part of our city leadership is essential. Because of that, I seek your appointment to serve our community. I bring with me a balanced point of view and objective decision making. I know that the responsibility of serving the community is no easy task, and while I believe each of us may not agree on every issue, I promise to never give up in finding positive solutions to the challenges facing our city. I hope that our meetings together have been able to give you more specifics on how I feel I can best keep Torrance great. I thank you for the opportunity to serve, and regardless of who is appointed, I wish you all the best, and thank you for your service to the city of Torrance.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, I'm David Kartsonis, and it would be an honor to serve the city for the next 11 months alongside the 6 of you. As I've met with most of you, I'll keep my remarks short out of respect for your time. I hope my application speaks for itself. I've had the opportunity to get to know all of you well through several different avenues, be it El Camino College, TOCA, TEF, the Chamber, Torrance Partners in Police Program, North Torrance Neighborhood Association, and probably many more. When your honorable body appointed me to the Parks and Recreation Commission, I had the opportunity to work on topics spanning from the Lago Seco Booster Pump Station, the Gunzer Park SCAQMD, air monitoring system, pickleball, the pandemic response. I learned a lot about the city and the amazing work done by the Community Services Department. As your appointee to the Planning Commission, I've learned a huge amount about land use in our city, our overlay districts, arena allotment, and have interacted with nearly all city departments while serving in that capacity, from police, fire, community development, public works, water. I've had the opportunity to contribute to our sign code, the housing element of our general plan, off-street parking code, and I've seen the amazing work done by staff, and I've had the opportunity to meet with the city manager and city department heads last week to ensure I was better prepared for the job that you'll be appointing tonight. I won't pretend to know everything about the job, and certainly I need to learn more about what makes Torrance run behind the scenes, but I've proven myself to be a quick and eager learner. And I want to add that every experience I've had serving the city or interacting with others who serve this city has just made me want to learn more and do more. I love Torrance, and that's why my wife and I chose to start our family here. With your support, guidance, and your vote, I would be honored to serve this city as councilman. Thank you.
Hello, your honored members of the City Council. One of the unique things you have some nights is unique opportunities or unique jobs. Tonight, you're hiring managers. And every hiring manager looks at candidates 3 criteria. Typically, are they qualified? What's their intent? And is that person a right fit? All of you that have our information, our qualifications, and our intent. So my job in the next minute and a half to try to let you know who I am. Basically, I go through life helping, and I have a commitment of public service, helping people, and I've demonstrated it. I started a business about 10 years ago, and today I'm a top-rated service business, nationally recognized. And I was asked by an industry leader, what do you attribute your success? And I said, helping people, and it shows in the reviews I get from my customers. That is the type of person I am. I love helping. I like working. I love this city. I'm here to help serve, and I'd love the opportunity to help the council and the residents of Torrance, and it's a great city, and we want to keep it that way. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Thank you for letting me be here. My name is Mario Bejas. I'm a commissioner. You probably know me. You've seen me in a number of different roles. I've been on Strategic Plan Committee and a lot of different civic engagement, including in my own neighborhood association. Things that aren't on my application: I'm a Cuban refugee. I came here with my parents in 1963. It was an escape. It wasn't a regular flight or anything like that. I'm a retired engineer. I'm an information system security fellow from Raytheon. I'm a full-fledged nerd. Why would you want to hire me? This is the agenda for tonight. This represents a whole lot of study. This is, you know, when they say 1 hour in class and 2 hours of study, that's what this is. That's why you want to hire a nerd. Dispassionate analysis, objective criteria, trying to do the best that I can, fairness for people. The truth is there's many good candidates here. Obviously, I want you to choose me, but as I look around me, I see lots of good people with good experiences, meaning well. I'm a team player. I'm also involved with California Cities for Local Control. I care deeply about local control, single-family housing, and defending it. But again, I'm not just talking about it. I'm doing, just like that, unsexy work of, you know, research, investigation, etc. I'm involved in that association the same way. I built a database. I take positions on position papers. I work with my team on that position paper. That's why you want to hire me. I'm a team player. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, city staff, and community members. Thank you for this opportunity. It is truly an honor to be here. First off, I'd like to thank each and every single City Council member who took the time and met with me personally and asked some tough questions, tough but good questions, and thank you for this opportunity. I also want to take this opportunity and thank all other applicants applying for this job. As far as my personal community services and qualifications are concerned, I have honor and privilege in serving many commissions. I have been vice chair to the Civil Service Commission, and currently I'm serving chair to the Planning Commission. I have been involved with the Torrance Unified School District, Torrance Education Foundation, and many other nonprofit organizations. I have 24 plus years of professional experience working at American Honda Motor Company. At Honda once, I used to be an auditor. I'm working with the Financial and Planning and Analysis Division currently. I have been recognized by the CEO and have been recognized by multiple dealers for doing a good job for the city and for the company. I'm so proud to say that for this specific appointment, I have been endorsed by many commissioners, and I have been asked to give their name as a reference, like previous city council members, Mr. Don Lee. Institution of politics is very sacred to me. I have served many community years with integrity, perseverance, and hard work. If given the opportunity to work with your honorable body, I will bring with me the culture of unity, the professionalism, and above all, my passion and love for the community. I hope you give me the opportunity to work with you. And again, I'd like to thank all you for giving me the chance to meet with you. God bless America. Thank you.
Clear my throat. All right, let me know when you're ready. All right, good evening, Torrance City Council. My name is Arthur Shopper. I was born in this city. I've lived more than half of my life in this city. I am the organization director for an international pro-family group. I help parents and students alike in their fight against harmful ideologies. Why do I wish to serve on the Torrance City Council? Well, this is one reason. This is the first time I've been able to address you for a year. The residents in this community should have the opportunity multiple times to be able to address you, not just 1 hour a week. We need to restore free speech and full access for residents to communicate with the City Council. Second of all, I've been listening to a number of concerns from residents in this community to ensure that the coyote trappings are maintained and pursued throughout the year, to ensure that we retain and expand our local control. I'm very interested in ensuring we have our own health district. I also believe that the city should break away from the South Bay COG and also from the Southern California Association of Governments. We need to restore our local control as much as possible, and that includes in housing matters. I also am concerned about the sweeping issues that have been an issue that residents have talked to me about. I also am concerned about how the money is being spent. One of the things, to me, what is so crucial and why I'm seeking this appointment is that I'm listening to residents in this community, and they don't feel that they have a voice. And I want to be another voice on that. I want to be a voice for them on this council, and this includes the recent decision by the council to finally go on record with a resolution of no confidence against the corrupt district attorney, George Gascon. That was an issue that I pressed for very strenuously, and many residents were glad to see that. That shouldn't be an issue. Residents should not feel stonewalled in the community. Not only that, but we need to assert that residents are free and our businesses are protected. I'd like to talk about lowering costs for businesses, making it easier for them to open, perhaps talking about a business levy holiday to make it easier for them to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic, which robbed us, many of us, of our rights and took away our authorities. Thank you for your time. I appreciate your support.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, it's a great honor to address you this evening. I want to say I think our city is at a crossroads. Your decision tonight, I think, is going to determine the direction of our city, at least for the next year and maybe longer. I know it's going to be a tough decision. There are no doubt many good people we have to choose from here among my fellow Torrance citizens, and I know the choice is going to be tough. About a third of them, however, are candidates in the next election. If you choose one of them tonight, you may be putting your thumb on the scale. Another third are either sitting or former commissioners. I think the question you have to ask yourself, do they have the experience to jump in and help you out? Then we have the final third. Maybe you want to refer to it as a motley third. And you have three choices. You can go with a safe choice, former councilman, or even a former city employee, or you can go with people who've served most recently on the Planning Commission, which I have. I would urge you to go that third route for the future, for freedom. We need to liberate this city from the COVID lockdowns. I know we've been a little hesitant, but it's not going to get better. We've got to learn to live with this, and the city council needs to lead the way. We need to liberate our businesses to put them back to work. We need to get our tax revenues recovered. And finally, we need to liberate our citizens. Give them a chance to come back and address you in person. They need to be able to come down and talk to you like we used to do. And I urge the council to do that. Thank you. I would be honored tonight to have your appointment. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. I am Jack Walser, and I have been an active and caring resident of Torrance for over 50 years. I have worked here, raised 2 children here, and operated my own business for over 45 years. I am here today with the desire to continue serving and contribute to this fine city at a higher level of dedication
and commitment. My involvements in this community have included active participation with many local organizations, nonprofits, as well as city, county, state officials and matters. Going well beyond being a resident and business owner, we have contributed sizably to the city. In the interest of saving precious time, because I've had the opportunity to meet with everyone, and keeping this meeting as short as possible, I will not dwell over the accomplishments that have occurred between myself and my business. I humbly ask that I be considered to fill the city council vacancy term as a team player for the betterment of our city. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. First, thanks to each of you for taking your time and reviewing my application and my qualifications. It was important to me to be able to discuss my vision and values and desire to serve on this city council with you. A little about myself. I was born at Harbor General and grew up in the South Bay. Just over 36 years ago, I married my Mr. Wright, a Torrance native. We both love the city of Torrance and chose to raise our children here. My husband and I both strongly feel that to be a part of the community, you must take an active role by being involved in it. I began volunteering in Torrance over 30 years ago, starting as a Mommy and Me instructor at the YMCA and evolving to assisting in my children's classrooms. I have held many leadership positions, including the president of the PTAs at Seaside, Kelly Mayor, and South High School, as well as other positions on the Torrance Council of PTAs. I have served as president of the Torrance Education Foundation and have served on many other committees as chair. As my children graduated from the Torrance schools, I expanded my interest into city matters. I was appointed to the Civil Service Commission in 2011, where I have served the past 10 years, including 2 terms as chair. I had the opportunity to work with a variety of wonderful people and staff, and I learned a lot about our city and how it works, and have grown personally from that knowledge. I love living in, working in, and volunteering my services to this great city. I know serving is an important job, although not always an easy one or a pleasant one. I am aware of the issues at hand and look forward to working towards solutions to any issues that may arise in the future. I will not be running for the City Council 5th District seat next June, but I hope you find me to be a viable candidate for this vacancy at hand and see to fit to support and appoint me tonight. Thank you for your consideration. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is David Zickelbaum, and representing the people of Torrance on the City Council would be my greatest honor. As a Deputy District Attorney, my proudest daily moment is when I walk into court and say that I represent the people. That's why we're here, because of the people. The people of Torrance deserve to feel safe in our homes, our schools, and our streets. We deserve to feel confident in our business opportunities. And we deserve a representative that has dedicated their life to our well-being and to the greater good. Torrance is my home. My wife and I chose Torrance to be our children's home before they were even born. We chose Torrance because of its safety, its residents, and its social, educational, and business opportunities. Torrance has lovingly embraced and welcomed us. We play in its parks. We read in its libraries. We walk its streets with our children who will one day attend its schools. This appointment is not about me or any of the other candidates. It's about the residents and businesses of Torrance. What do you want? What do you need? Who is best suited to help the city recover from one of the hardest years of our lives? I offer a fair and objective mind, and I have dedicated my life to public service, public well-being, and the greater good. I could tout my 12 years of public service, prosecuting some of the worst crimes that our society has to offer. Or I could discuss my 3 years serving the city of Torrance as a commissioner. but I would much rather listen with an open ear and an open heart to the needs and concerns of the people of Torrance. Thank you to the mayor and the council members for considering my qualifications and appointment. Thank you to the city of Torrance for this opportunity. My name is David Ziegelbaum, and I am ready to serve.
Hi. I'm Novella Witt, and I'm a small business owner here in Torrance. I've also lived in Torrance Northeast, which is now District 1, for the past 10 years with my husband Michael and our Minpin Luigi. Should I be so fortunate to be appointed to join the City Council, one of my goals would be to help our local businesses. We have businesses that are still struggling from the aftermath of the pandemic last year, and I'd like to help in seeing them grow and flourish. I'd also like to work on infrastructure, for example, our streets, and make our sidewalks more pedestrian friendly. Torrance is truly a beautiful place to live, and not unlike our neighboring cities, in fact California as a whole, we have a housing supply shortage. I think Torrance can make a difference by creating more mixed-use homes to help solve that problem. Thank you for considering me to fill the vacant City Council position. It has been an honor.
All right, I want to, on behalf of my colleagues, thank all of the 17 applicants who have put forth their names for the council vacancy. You know, the quality of the candidates is just amazing, and the backgrounds, I've known people on here for 30 years and some just 30 days, but all of their backgrounds are such that I truly believe that whoever gets appointed tonight will serve this city well. So let's get started on the difficult task at hand. The very first round that we'll go to, we have the seniority of the City Council, and we'll go down the list, and I'll actually ask for nominations from the council. Mr. Shaparan, did you have anything to?
I do not, Mayor.
No, okay. I just saw you clicked in, that's all. And that may have been an hour ago. I was watching videos. All right. As I have the seniority, I'm going to nominate Assam Sheikh. Councilmember Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to nominate an upstanding resident of District 1, David Kartsonis.
Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to nominate Mr. Jonathan Kaji.
Thank you. Councilmember Matucci.
I'd like to nominate Jack Walsher.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. I'd like to nominate Mike Mono.
Councilwoman, your audio broke up. Can you please repeat the name?
Mike Mono.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ashcraft.
I'd like to nominate Melissa Wright.
Now, if my notes indicate it's a tie. I see 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. That to me indicates there is a tie. The only thing worse than that could be 7, 7, but we don't have 7 seats yet. So I don't think we have to go through a process of voting if everybody has the same thing. So we will open it up to the second round. How's that? And on this one, we will start with Councilmember Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. I will make the same nomination as before, David Kartsonis.
Thank you. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I will continue my nomination of Mr. Kaji.
Thank you. Councilmember Matucci.
Jack Walsh.
Councilmember Kalani.
As all of the candidates were outstanding, and I seek to come to conclusion, I would like to nominate Jack Walker.
Oh, well, at this point, if someone's been nominated, you can just pass.
Right. I will support Jack Walker, please.
Councilmember Ashcraft.
I'll support,
Well, you don't have to give support at this point if
Okay,
you pass,
yeah,
because
I
we'll
know.
take a vote. If you want to nominate someone, or if you want to pass.
I'll go with Melissa Wright.
And I will pass. So now we have 4 candidates. Vote for one, and we'll do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Ashcraft?
David Kartsonis.
Councilmember Chen?
John Kaji.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Mr. Kartsonis.
Councilmember Kalani?
Jack Walker.
Councilmember Matucci?
Jack Walsh.
Mayor Fury?
Melissa Wright.
Your Honor, we have a tie with David Kartsonis and Jack Waltzer. Well, we have a tie with the other two too, but those two have 2 each.
We have a tie?
Yeah.
I don't think we can have a tie.
Okay.
No, I went Kartsonis. I went David Kartsonis, yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Chen had Kaji. Councilmember Matucci, you had Walser. Okay. Mayor Fury, you had Wright.
That's correct.
And Griffiths, you had Kartsonis. Correct. And Councilmember Kalani.
Jack Walker.
Yeah, it's between Kartsonis and Walser.
I can't hear you.
It's between Kartsonis and Walser.
What is the vote?
It's Kartsonis got 2, Kaji got 1, Jack Walser got 2, and Melissa Wright got 1. So do you want to do a new vote between Kartsonis and Walser?
We can do that.
Okay, this is between David Kartsonis and Jack Walser. Pick one. Councilmember Griffiths.
Mr. Kartsonis.
Councilmember Kalani.
Jack Walker.
Councilmember Matucci.
Jack Walsh.
Councilmember Ashcraft.
Walser.
Councilmember Chen.
Mr. Jack Walser.
Mayor Fury.
Kartsonis.
Your Honor, Jack Walser received 4 votes.
Then Jack Walters has been selected as the a council member appointee.
Correct. I am prepared to give the oath of office. I have a blank oath here. We need to take a recess so that the applicant or the appointee has a chance to come over to the council chamber to be sworn in.
Okay, we will now take about a 15-minute recess to allow Mr. Walters to join us over here and take the oath of office, and we'll be back as soon as that happens. Councilmember Kalani, will you be leaving us at this point?
Councilwoman, we cannot hear you.
I can stay for the balance of the meeting as long as it's working well.
Okay. And hang in there, take 15 minutes.
All right, thank you.
Welcome back. We're back from our recess now, and Councilmember appointee, Mr. Walzer, is now joined us, and he's getting ready to be sworn in by our city clerk, Rebecca Poirier.
Of the United States of America
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic.
I will bear true faith and allegiance
I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution
to the Constitution
of the United States of America
of the United States of America
and the Constitution of
the
State of California.
the State of California.
I take this obligation freely
I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
and
I will faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And if you'd like to take your seat on the dais.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, official congratulations, Councilmember Walzer. And I asked the city clerk, could you do a roll call for us, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Hold on one second. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Here.
Councilmember Chen?
Present.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Here.
Councilmember Kalani?
Present.
Councilmember Matucci?
Here.
Councilmember Walser? Mayor Fury?
Here. We move on to item 10A, which is a public hearing for delinquent solid waste and sewer discharge fees. Now is the time and place for the public hearing on agenda item 10A relating to delinquent solid waste and sewer discharge fees as a special assessment. Madam Clerk, has this matter been properly advertised?
Yes, Your Honor, it has.
Does staff have a presentation?
Your Honor, we don't have a formal PowerPoint presentation, but I would like to make a few remarks on the item.
Please.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Ian Daly with the Finance Department. Item 10A is the recommendation of the Finance Director that City Council take two actions. 1, conduct a public hearing, and 2, adopt a resolution authorizing and directing the Los Angeles County Assessor to place delinquent solid waste and sewer discharge collection fees as a special assessment on the county assessor's rolls. For background, the city has always conducted its routine collection process of sending notices and charging late fees on outstanding accounts. To enhance this effort, beginning in 2011, and because of the approval from Ordinance 3745, the city started to place delinquent solid waste fees that have met or exceeded 60 days past due as a special assessment against the parcel to be collected along with property taxes. Beginning in 2013, the program was further enhanced with the approval of Ordinance 3764 to include the same process for delinquent sewer charges. Each year when we initiate this process, individual property owners are notified by letter and by general public notice placed in the Daily Breeze. The letter informs them of when the hearing will take place and the outstanding balance on the account. The letter is a very effective collection tool, and staff is able to collect on several of these accounts before even the hearing date, as well as placing the balance as a special assessment on the property tax bill. As shown in the item, over the last 4 years, this program has been leveraged. We have collected 97.7% of the outstanding balances to date. This year, as of when the item was published, we have a total of 114 accounts with a past due balance of $70,395 that will be placed on the 2022 property tax bills. In order to avoid this, residents have until September 8th to pay the outstanding balance. For the viewing public, they can do so by calling the City of Torrance Utilities Customer Service Line at 855-354-5623 between the hours of 7:30 a.m. and 5:30 p.m. to make a payment over the phone. If they have any questions on their account, they can call the Finance Department at 310-618-5830. Ask for Suzanne Bittner. Staff will be happy to discuss their outstanding account balance with them and answer any questions that they may have. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does council have any questions for staff at this time? I see none. So now we allow the public comment on this hearing. There will be a designated 30-minute time period dedicated to this matter. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to speak. If any members of the public want to speak on this matter, please call Public Comment Hotline now at 310-618-2404. City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.4E, provides that speakers can only speak once. Any speaker that attempts to speak a second time on any item will be disconnected. If you're not speaking on topic, or if we can't tell if you're speaking on topic, you'll get a warning to get on topic, and if you don't, then and you go off topic again, we'll forfeit the remainder of your time, and we'll move on to the next caller pursuant to City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.5 and Section 6.7B3 and B4. If there are no speakers waiting before the 30-minute period has elapsed, we will close the public hearing comment portion of this hearing. Are there any callers in the call center?
Yes, Mayor, we have a caller in queue. Chuck, your 2 minutes starts now.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Katie. Well, I'm not surprised at all, but I'm also shocked you guys lower yourself to this level. And I understand, you know, bills have to be paid and bills have to be collected, but the question is how? So taxpayer citizens cannot pay their bills, or they did not pay their bills, and the lowest bill, I'm sorry I don't have my glasses, but as I see, it's $43. $43 freaking dollars. So you guys putting a lien on somebody's property for $43? No, $43. Somebody maybe forgot, somebody may be in a hospital, somebody is struggling with COVID, trying to stay alive, and you guys put a lien on their house of $43. I understand the bills have to be collected, but what is the most disgusting thing about this? I had it in my hand, all these people who couldn't pay or didn't pay their bills. You give out their address. You know what? If I put anybody's address in my computer search engine, I get their name and lots of information. So somebody doesn't pay the sewer fees and the water bill. It's not just you put them on collection, or not even collection, put a lien on their house, but you print out their addresses, you low life, whatever you are. You are so disgusting. I swear to God, I'm gonna move up of.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up, and there are no more callers at the call center for item NA.
Thank you very much. I don't expect anybody else. Since there's no one further who wishes to be heard, I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
I move to close the public hearing.
Second?
Start voting, please. Councilmember Kalani, may I have your vote, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Does council wish to take action on this matter and adopt a resolution? While we're waiting, could I have a number and title?
Thank you, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2021-66, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, authorizing and directing the Los Angeles County Assessor to include delinquent solid waste and sewer discharge fees as a special assessment to be collected at the same time and in the same manner as county taxes.
I move to concur with the Finance Director and adopt Resolution 2021-66.
I'll second that.
Start voting, please. Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 10B. Now is the time and place for the public hearing on agenda item 10B relating to the approval of user and regulatory fees. Madam Clerk, has this matter been properly advertised?
Yes, Your Honor, it has.
Does staff have a presentation?
Staff does not have a formal PowerPoint presentation, but would like to make some brief remarks to provide background and explanation of the process conducted in advance of this public hearing.
Please do.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the Council. Joe Pham with the Finance Department. In addition to myself, I'm joined by our consultant, Terry Madsen of ClearSource Financial Consulting on the phone, as well as representatives from the departments if needed. Item 10B is the recommendation of the City Manager and Finance Director that Council 1, conduct a public hearing on modified user and regulatory fees, and 2, adopt a resolution approving the adjusted user and regulatory fees presented for recalibration. For background, the last user and regulatory fee study was completed in 2018. The 2018 study was comprehensive and included all fees from the citywide fee schedule. In this analysis, all fees were reviewed, the cost of service was calculated, and the cost recovery rates were determined so that fee amounts could be set. These fees were then tied to the Consumer Price Index, allowing for annual adjustments each year thereafter. Building off the work completed in the 2018 study, in this current study, ClearSource Financial Consulting was engaged to conduct a fee study to recalibrate a select and targeted listing of citywide user fees under the following categories: construction, excavation, and encroachments, plan check and geographic information system, development review and code enforcement, fire prevention and emergency services, and police services. On a smaller scale from the 2018 study, ClearSource and the City of Torrance identified a targeted listing of fees for recalibration. Once determined, ClearSource compiled financial data from the Finance Department to analyze and determine updated costs of service for each fee in review. After this was organized, meetings were held with departments to examine each fee individually and determine appropriate adjustments to cost recovery rates on a fee-by-fee basis. These cost recovery rates vary by fee depending on the specific area in question. If approved by council, staff estimate these fee adjustments will generate an additional $557,000 in revenue that was not originally part of the adopted fiscal year 2021-2023 operating budget, therefore helping balance budget outcomes. It should be pointed out the additional revenue is not intended to fund new service, rather to offset cost of providing services that are recoverable from fees. All other fees found in the master fee schedule that were not included in this limited study will continue to be adjusted by the Consumer Price Index for urban wage earners and clerical workers May to May, established by Resolution 2018-35. Staff is available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Pham. Are there any questions from the council? I see none. So now we'll take some public comment on this hearing. Again, there will be a designated 30-minute time period dedicated to this matter. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to speak. And if any members of the public want to speak on this matter, we ask you to please call the public comment hotline now at 310-618-2404. City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.4E provides that speakers can only speak once. Any speaker that attempts to speak a second time on any item will be disconnected. If you're not speaking on topic, or if we can't tell if you are speaking on topic, you'll get a warning to stay on topic. If you do not then speak on topic, or if you go off topic one more time, you'll forfeit the remainder of your time, and we'll move on to the next caller pursuant to City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.5 and Section 6.7B3 and B4. If there are no speakers waiting before the 30-minute period has elapsed, we will close the public comment portion of this hearing. To the call center, do we have any callers?
Yes, Mayor, transferring the caller now. Porchak, you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I picked up the material for this hearing, and it says here, no materials available, the attachment A and B on Thursday, and today was Tuesday. So no attachments about the A and B or whatever, but this hearing also shows your desperation. Your biggest desperation generates some money so the boat doesn't sink. You guys gonna vote $150,000 for a Rose Bowl float, but here you're putting on people on collection agencies and setting up new fees, putting up liens on people's house, raising every freaking fee you can because you don't have money. Now grab your balls, squeeze it, and realize it. The Torrance Finance Department is in big trouble. Now, people are going to be so excited to pay higher fees and generate $500,000 for you extra from the taxpayers. Squeeze up more, $500,000 from the taxpayers, because that's going to make them happy, and it's not going to save you at all. Not going to save you at all. And you did not provide attachment A and B. You did not present 10A previously. Thank God you presented 10B. But what for? What are the fees are? Keep everything pretty and secret so the taxpayers don't know how you squeeze them. Squeeze them and squeeze them more. But you don't pitch in. You don't lower your wages, your benefits. No. Squeeze the taxpayers more and more and more charge for the same freaking or less services. Just keep squeezing the...
Sounds like the call was terminated.
A call
Mayor,
center.
that call was disconnected because his time was up. And Mayor, it looks like there are no other callers for this item.
Okay, thank you. So if no one further wishes to be heard, is there a motion to close this public hearing?
Mayor, I move to close the public hearing.
I second.
Start voting, please. Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Do we need a number and title?
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2021-67, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, setting forth certain fees indexed to the Consumer Price Index for urban wage earners and clerical workers, CPI-W, May to May of each year for services, programs, and permits in the City of Torrance.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes, thank you. I had a comment before a motion or vote. You know, I know that nobody likes more and higher fees, but there is a cost of doing business, and we're in extraordinarily difficult times financially, and so this study was very thorough. But one of the things I wanted to point out is there were some fees that actually went down, and specifically most of those were related to historic preservation issues. Which I'm a huge proponent of, and I was really happy to see that and didn't even ask for it. So thank you for staff for doing that.
Thank you.
Mayor, I move to concur with staff recommendation and adopt resolution 2021-67.
Second.
Start voting, please. Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 8, our consent calendar. Do any council members wish to pull any items from the consent calendar? Councilmember Griffiths, was that you, or did I?
Yeah, no, that's me again.
Okay.
I'd like to pull 8B, I'm sorry, thanks. 8B, as in boy.
Anybody else? I see none. So I'll take a motion to approve the remainder of the consent calendar.
Move to approve the whole consent calendar minus 8B.
I second.
Start voting, please. Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Councilmember Griffith, 8B.
Thank you. This is a request for a subsidy for the American Red Cross and UCLA for upcoming blood drives, requesting a $3,500 subsidy out of our $10,000 per year budget that we have for providing subsidies. And I'm a huge fan of the Red Cross. I'm a many-gallon blood donor myself. But $3,500 is such a high percentage of our limited budget for subsidies for other charities. I felt that this was a little bit excessive, and I'd like to see that cut down to just provide subsidy for the first two events, the July 29th and the August 4th events, for about $1,700 roughly. And that would be my motion on this item.
Anybody else wish to be heard? Councilmember Ashcraft.
I'm fine with that, but I'm thinking, can we revisit it later if we don't have other organizations that are requesting funds?
If that was directed to me, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay.
Thing. I know we mentioned it's for the Red Cross for UCLA and American Red Cross. However, Council, when we brought this item back in 2018, 2019, we also looked at recurrent events and activities and subsidies. So the 2,500 includes the American Cancer Society and 2 of their events through the year. So I just wanted to mention that to everyone.
Yeah, and I wasn't suggesting any change to that.
No, I was just saying it's
No, appreciate you pointing that out for the
deduction.
public's benefit.
So the motion, if you could please frame it.
Yeah, I'll move to concur with the item, but for the amount of the first 2 items only, which is 10, 22, I got to do math fast. $1,716, with the opportunity to come back again in the future for future dates.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Matucci.
I have a question as far as timing, because obviously it's going to come real quick, the December and January event. Is there enough time to bring it back? Do we know?
Maybe I could ask a question as well, and maybe that'll help. Ms. Bart Jones.
Yes,
the $10,000 that we have is for the fiscal year.
That is correct.
So it's the one that we just started as of July 1.
July 1st of this year. Yeah.
So, you know, that'll be half of the year. So, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, if this were approved at the full amount, there would only be less than $4,000 left for the full rest of the fiscal year, which is 11 months.
And we never know what's going to come down.
No, we never do, but we've never, ever had a problem spending our $10,000.
Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just looking at this and looking at January 2022. Does the organizations such as Red Cross and UCLA need to put these on their schedule many, many months in advance so that if we don't approve it now, this is really we're not really giving them cash, we're just giving them free rent of space. Is that correct?
Well, the subsidy of $10,000 is set aside, so, I mean, money is being paid through the subsidy of the city.
Sure, I guess what I'm getting, it's really an in-kind donation in reality.
In kind in their receiving of it, but it's money that we are expending.
Yeah, there's staff costs involved in the setup and the rooms.
Councilman, Honorable City Manager, we can verify if those dates have been booked in advance as far as the placement or use of facilities, and then the issue becomes the funding.
I don't have a problem with funding the whole thing, because I just think they need, they need blood, and they're just looking for a place to donate. And I understand financial concept.
Just for an added discussion on this item, I know there are other places in the city that would offer their facilities for free. I can speak because I asked about it earlier today. The Salvation Army has a very large space that they would donate for free for these organizations to use for a blood drive. And that would
follow up on those.
That would save us our subsidy money, and it would also give them what they need as a no-cost.
We can definitely reach out.
Great.
Yeah.
Councilmember Matucci, did you get your question answered?
I did, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. All right, then we have a motion by Councilmember Griffith. Do we have a second?
I second. I couldn't make my thing work.
I will second that, Mayor.
Now we have a motion and a second.
One moment, Your Honor, I'm updating the text of the motion. Start voting, please. Yes, every time somebody hits a button, it takes my motion out. Councilmember Kalani?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, we move on to item 9A from the city manager to provide COVID-19 recovery update and determine direction on orders from the County of Los Angeles and the State of California regarding COVID-19. Mr. Shaparian.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the City Council, Adam Chaparian, City Manager. As you can tell, we made great strides in our recovery plans to return to a sense of post-COVID world. However, with the recent increasing numbers, I just want to share some of the latest data. City of Torrance is holding somewhat steady at 7,617 cases reported. Unfortunately, our death count citywide is at 220. LA County has confirmed 1,108 new cases of COVID-19. 1 month ago, on June 13th, the 5-day average of cases was 201, and today, the 5-day average is 1,095. This is an increase of more than 500% in 1 month. The test positivity rate has nearly increased 700% from the 0.5 seen a month ago. Today, test positive rate is 3.4%. I say this only because we continue to still follow and have an awareness what's happening as far as COVID-19. Here in the city, we're returning our operations to normal with an awareness of safety protocols for the public. Our library locations are open to the public. We continue to reach out for vendors for booking outdoor events, and we are busy throughout city facilities. Our senior centers opened up as well this week. That's very exciting. And we continue to encourage the public to seek information about vaccinations, to visit cityoftorrance.ca.com/vaccination.info. And as we provide you monthly updates, again, thank you to our city employees, our community, our residents and businesses for really following all the protocols and bringing us back to a sense of normalcy. I was just today at the Delamo Fashion Center and seeing the activity picking up throughout the community is a welcome sight. And we have other companion items to request further direction. Thank you. Myself, our EOC Director and Fire Chief Dumais are here for any questions. Deputy Chief Dumais, any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. And my numbers are exactly the same as yours. Since June 15th, when we reopened the state entirely, we're up 139 cases since then. And my understanding of the statistics now is that most of the hospitalizations are people between the age of 18 and 50, which is consistent with the 96.4% of the senior population being vaccinated, and 76.5% of our eligible people are being vaccinated. So it's incumbent upon people to have the vaccination, and avoid hospitalization, and otherwise, it doesn't bode well health-wise. That's for darn sure. Councilmember Griffiths, you have a question, comment?
Yeah, thank you. I asked staff, our ESC manager, about our statistics, and what we're providing is 2 statistics on cases and deaths. And one of the statistics I think is important in the current state is are those cases that are being reported associated with people who are vaccinated or not. And apparently we can't get that information.
Not at this time, Councilor, but we'll, if
In my
it becomes
opinion,
available, we'll share it.
it would tell a very big story, and I think that story would be is that most of these cases are happening in people who are not vaccinated. But I'd love to see the statistics to prove that, and if there's any way we can get that, I'd love to see that going forward. Thank you.
Are there any other questions, comments from council? If not, I'll take a motion to accept and file.
I move to accept and file 9A.
Second.
Start voting, please. Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9B. From the city manager and the city attorney provides status of approvals of COVID-19 administrative order and ratification and extension of administrative orders.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Danny Santana, Assistant City Manager. As the City Manager just briefed the Mayor and Council, our pandemic response has been ongoing throughout these last 16 months, as evidenced by the 8-page attachment to the attached resolution to this item. Although many of these administrative orders are no longer necessary, there are still some, specifically those that are focused on business recovery operations, and those that allow our hospitals, grocery, and various retail business sectors to continue to have additional flexibility that still have merit. It is for those reasons that the city manager and the city attorney are requesting that the council accept this update on the status of various administrative orders, ratify and extend the administrative orders, and adopt a resolution reflecting such an action. Staff is available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Santana. Are there any questions? I see none. May we have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2021-68, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, ratifying administrative orders issued by the city manager acting as the Director of Emergency Services between March 12, 2021 and July 6, 2021.
Mayor, I move to go with the recommendations of the city manager and city attorney and adopt resolution 2021-68.
I second.
Start voting, please. Councilmember Kalani?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. That takes us to item 9C as in Charles, from the city manager's office to approve additional city council dark nights.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Adrian Fajardo from the City Manager's Office. Item 9C is a recommendation of the City Manager that your honorable body approves City Council dark nights in addition to the dark nights that were approved during the April 27th meeting. The following Tuesdays from July 13th to December 31st are recommended to be approved as additional City Council dark nights. July 20th, August 17th, September 21st, October 5th, October 19th, and November 2nd. On average, the proposed schedule would result in 2 meetings per month instead of weekly meetings. This will allow more time for the public to review agenda material prior to council meetings and provide feedback. If needed, the City Council could hold additional meetings. It should be noted that if City Council chooses to cancel the December 21st meeting, the result would be in 3 dark nights in a row, as December 28th was previously approved as a dark night due to the winter holiday, and January 4th, 2022 will be proposed as a dark night as well due to the New Year holiday. Staff will return in October to address dark nights for 2022, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. This was your first presentation.
Yes.
Good job.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from council? I see none. So based on that, we'll take a motion to approve the additional city council dark nights.
Mayor, I move to concur the with staff recommendation for additional city dark nights.
I second.
Start voting, please. Councilmember Kalani?
Councilmember Matucci, do you have a question first?
Sorry, guys. Thank you, Mayor. I know. I understand, we discussed this over and over, and I really do have a huge concern about cutting back the amount of meetings we have. I think the load on the agenda is going to be huge. I think we've been averaging, I believe, around 3 meetings a month over the last 3 years. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's about 38, 39 meetings a year. Cutting those 12 meetings, in my opinion, is going to really extend these meetings into the wee hours of the morning, which we're already doing. Again, I understand why we may want to try this, and I'm willing to try it, but we definitely need to revert back to having more meetings in the near future if we see that these meetings are going on too long and the agendas are getting a little too lengthy. Because we want to give people the opportunity to call in, not at 1 o'clock in the morning on an item. So, anyways, all right, those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Anybody else? Seeing none, we have a motion on the floor.
Start voting. Councilmember Kalani?
Councilwoman, unfortunately, we can't hear you.
I was saying I was raising my hand as well. I'm so sorry. I have a question as well. Real quick, please.
Go ahead before we vote.
Thank you, Mayor. How quickly, can you remind me how much time we need to do a additional meeting if we see the agenda's too long?
1 week.
Councilwoman, this is Katie Wand. Yes, we could always add additional city council meetings as long as we notify the public, I believe it's 72 hours in advance, and post the agenda.
Okay, all right, that was my question.
But the better form would be to call for the meeting on the Tuesday before, rather than waiting until 72-hour notice.
That would be our plan, Mayor.
Yeah.
So, for example, if we weren't able to finish a meeting, if it was going too late, we could decide on a meeting at that time for the following Tuesday to finish, for example?
Exactly. If, say, for example, today we were not be able to appoint a member to the city council, we could have then said, well, we'll have a meeting next Tuesday, and that could have started everything rolling for that. I think it's the best way to do it, at least 7 days in advance. It gives staff enough time to put together an agenda.
Okay, thank you. That was my question.
Councilmember Kalani, may I have your vote, please?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next item is item 9D from the city manager again, and community services to review the Friendship City program, policy options, and provide directions regarding initiating a Friendship City program.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. John LaRock, Community Services Director. In association with the City Manager's Office of Economic Development, we're presenting this item as a follow-up from a prior referral from Councilmember Chen. Sister City programs are established for exchanges of arts and culture, business and trade, youth and education, and community development between two cities. The City of Torrance currently enjoys a Sister City relationship with the City of Kashiwa, Japan. In addition to Sister City programs, some cities also engage in Friendship City relationships. Friendship City relationships tend to be less formal, requiring less investment by the participating cities, and often have a term limit. Friendship City relationships can have targeted objectives, including business, culture, or environmental causes. In the event your honorable body provides direction for the creation of a Friendship City initiative, staff would return with reporting on a program policy, application process, projected expenses and the commitment of staff, and options for program management. We're available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. LaRock. I'm the liaison from the council for our Torrance Sister City program, and I've been involved with that for many, many years, and I think it's a fabulous program. However, I'm a little concerned about the idea of a friendship city, even though it said it might come back with costs and staff time required. It will have a cost, and it will require staff time to administer, even though it will be at a much lower level than what our sister city relationship. I think we've got a huge amount of issues before the city right now that are a huge consumer of our funds and our time, and I think this would be better served for another time. Thank you.
Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to share a little background on how this item came to be. Toward the middle of last year, I was actually contacted by the mayor's staff from a city in Taiwan, very interested in establishing a sister city relationship. As a matter of fact, the mayor of that city already acquired the approval of his council with funding, and they also had another business owner who was interested in establishing a business location in the city of Torrance. And as we started the dialogue, their city was ready to go, but we weren't quite sure how to respond to them because we didn't know what's the next step. And shortly after that, they got disinterested. Not sure that it's totally dead now. So that I started asking, do we have a process when another city shows interest and there's potentially a mutual benefit between two cities? How do we even start that? And hence, the idea of this is so that when opportunity comes, which are mutually benefit for two cities, we have a way of taking what are the steps to get there, as opposed to, delay. In some countries and some cultures, the delay almost sounds like we're not interested. And that's how it came up. And I appreciate the staff for putting together some study in the process, how we get this going.
Thank you. Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually love the idea. Last year, I was actually supposed to go in June to visit with the mayor of my hometown of Pescara, Italy. Not even thinking about the sister, the friendship program. We were basically just going to go to City Hall. They were going to have a little ceremony, just to kind of establish a relationship, and that relationship could be arts, cultural, environmental, whatever it may be. But I think being Torrance, and we're such a diverse city, we have so many different cultures, including Italians. There's a few Italians in town. I would love to see a program, a simple program. It doesn't have to be very elaborate, just something to where we can communicate and possibly, I don't care if it's just sharing recipes, something as simple as that, but just really to put us on the map on foreign land. I think it could be hugely beneficial for future business. My family moved here because we watched the Torrance Rose float on TV. That's why we moved to Torrance. So, I mean, any kind of effort to get our name out in the world is great, and also to show the people of Torrance that we do care about relationships around the world and cherish their culture. And we sure have a lot of different cultures here in Torrance, so let's tap into that. I think it would be definitely beneficial. And again, I concur with what Griffith's saying. Right now is not the time to spend money, and there's far more important issues. But I really do think it would be wise to at least get the pieces together, the knowledge as to what we need to do, and possibly a budget for the near future to be able to do a program like this. So I would definitely support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ashcraft.
Thank you. I agree with everything that's been said. I think it would be good for us, but timing isn't great. I want to know how the motion would be worded, because I would like to see dollars and cents of budget put together before I vote on anything to see. So that would be, that would be the next step for me, is to get a budget. Thank you.
Well, I think that's really what the agenda item really sets forth. And I think everybody said it correctly. I mean, obviously, we don't have any money right now, but it'd be nice to really have the procedure ready. Much the same as Councilmember Chen, I've been approached by cities wherever I've been who would like to set up a friendship city relationship, but we don't have a process or a budgetary aspect of it. And, you know, we see groups of 5 or 6 people come from one city, it's almost like a quid pro, you know, we should go back and visit with them, they build this relationship up, but we have to be ready for it when it is. The economy's going to come back, and there's going to be more requests like that, and I think we have to be ready for it, and we'll have the budget, or at least know how much money it would cost us to go forward. And sister city relationships, we've found out, are very, very expensive, and it's time, and it's volunteer heavy. And I know the people involved in the Torrance Sister City Association gasp anytime you mention that we're going to have another sister city, because they realize how hard they work all year long raising funds and building that relationship. So a friendship city may be something totally different, maybe an economic, it may be a business to business, and the businesses can be involved in it as well. So I'm certainly supportive of addressing it, at least looking at it. So we have a motion?
Mayor, I move to concur with staff recommendation and draft up a policy maybe similar to the example that's given, whether it's the city of Irvine or the city of San Diego. A process is how we get started, and then it's when there's interest and there's a sponsor by one of the council members or the mayor, and then we could fill in the details on what it takes, whether there's funding, there's community support, volunteers. But this is to get the process going so that we know how to respond and then come back with something, because each friendship city is a long motion, may have a different dollar budget. So my motion is staff to come back with a draft process of how do we initiate the friendship city.
I'll second that.
Well, I'm glad you got that all out.
Start voting, please. Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Griffiths voting no.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9E, from Public Works to adopt a categorical exemption under California Environmental Quality Act and award agreement for the Plaza del Amo at Western Avenue mobility enhancement.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Staff.
Thank you, Your Honor. Craig Belisarian from Public Works. This item is related specifically to the segment of Plaza del Amo between 223rd and Western Avenue at the eastern end of the city. There's 3 bullet points for the council recommendation. It's to approve the project being categorically exempt from environmental review, also to approve the plans and specifications, and also to award a public works agreement to All American Asphalt for $1,196,190, including a 5% contingency in addition to that to construct the project. In short, the scope involves widening the roadway, curb gutter and sidewalk improvements on both the north side and south side, new pavement, an enhanced street lighting system, landscaping enhancements on the south side, parking improvements on both the south and north side as well. And there was a supplemental to clarify that the roadway will be open to traffic in both directions. So thanks to Councilman Griffiths for that clarification. Wanted to point out also that the funding sources for the project, we do have Measure Our South Bay Highway Program funds. Essentially, we'll be paying for 93.5% of this total expenditure, which is really great. I'd like to thank my staff for pursuing aggressively that grant funding for the project. This roadway project was brought before the Traffic Commission so that we could have involvement and public input. Their primary concern was to provide parking specifically for the Little League types of activities. So the project does include that. We will have marked angled parking in combination with parallel parking on the street, and there will be an ADA spaces associated with that for the ball field access. All American Asphalt is a contractor that just recently paved the Sepulveda Boulevard project, and they've done a lot of projects in the past, so they're a good contractor. The bids came in about 3% below our estimate, which is great, and we anticipate starting in August and finishing in December. And that concludes. Thank you.
Thank you. We have some questions. Councilmember Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Belisarian. this is a really great project. This is an area very much in need of improvement, and I'm really glad to see that that's happening. I did have just one question in addition to the question I asked in the supplemental. Are there any parking restrictions planned for that area, or will it be typical like throughout the city?
If there's a need to restrict parking, we would address that with signage to be improved in the project. I will consult with the police department if there's any concerns about overnight issues that may continue into when the project is completed. I know there's concerns there now.
Yeah, that would be partly my only concern, and I'd like to have that reevaluated after the project's completed, just to see if we need to do some other type of enforcement for problem parking.
Absolutely, Councilman. And the ability to approve that very quickly falls within the authority of Public Works. It doesn't require a traffic commission or coming back to a body for that.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say, All-American has been just doing really fabulous work out there. I mean, you can really tell the difference between one contractor and another. And I also like the fact that they came in reasonable on the pricing. Do we have a way of grading? I know we have a grading system. Does that grading system also include quality of work? I would imagine it does, but how do we establish that?
So, Councilman, pretty much whenever we deal with a contractor, there's a guideline of specs that we have. And essentially, we always inspect the project to make sure it meets or exceeds the specifications. Typically, with a contract like All-American or other contractors that perform similarly, they kind of go by reputation. We don't have a formal grade that we grade them with. It's a competitive bidding process, and if they meet it or exceed it, that's great. If they don't, we address that, and they take corrective measures.
Yeah, I wish we could have a little bit of a point system for good work, because I mean it does make a huge difference. I mean for one contractor to another, it's in some cases like night and day.
Councilman Adams, City Manager, that's picked up under references in our evaluation process. So if they've been a Torrance vendor, have done a great job, they'll attain the higher percentage of points allocation.
Oh, so it does affect
yes,
the point.
Definitely.
Oh, okay.
Same with
then.
other cities. When we check their references, we make sure that their experience and background is taken into account.
Yeah, and they're very attentive. I mean, I pulled up with my truck to take a picture, and somebody in a little pickup truck just literally zoomed up to me and said, "Is everything okay?" I said, "No, I'm just, admiring the work." He goes, "Okay, here's my card if there's any problems." It's like he didn't know who I was. He just handed me the card. I mean, really good customer service too, and whatever supervisors. I don't know who it was, but anyways, good work. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, I don't need a motion. I don't need a resolution, just a motion, huh? Motion to concur with the Public Works Director.
I move to concur with Public Works on 9E.
I'll second that.
Start voting, please. Councilmember Kalani?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay, the next item is item 9F as in Frank, provide an update on Public Health Department research from the City Manager's Office.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. I am Chelsea Schaefer with the City Manager's Office. Tonight, the City Manager is recommending that City Council accept and file a Public Health Department update. The South Bay City's Council of Government, also known as SBC-COG, discussed the possibility of a local department on November 9th, 2020. Currently, the SBC-COG has not voiced interest in creating a regional-based public health department, but rather facilitating more communications between the county and the service planning area Spot 8 that Torrance is part of under the LA County Department of Public Health. The SBC-COG Steering Committee found that it would be more advantageous to facilitate dialogue between the county and Spot 8 because of the challenges that would be presented in creating a public health department. Issues that SBC-COG voiced include unforeseen benefit loss post-pandemic, associated costs, and protecting spa autonomy if the county or state were to impose stricter policies. At the Steering Committee meeting on June 14th, the Spot 8 work group presented information on the draft framework of the Spot 8 work group plan. The Spot 8 working group's next steps are to set a follow-up meeting if it's necessary, present the Spot 8 work group plan with LA County, and set up a date for the work group to meet. It was decided during that meeting that Beach Cities Health District would be taking the lead with the county and the Los Angeles County Department of Health. Other cities in LA County that have requested staff to provide counsel with research detaching from Los Angeles County Department of Public Health by establishing their own public health department or assessing a regional approach include Beverly Hills, Whittier, Glendale, West Covina, Santa Clarita, and Lancaster. Of the cities who have researched alternatives to the LA County Department of Public Health, West Covina and Santa Clarita have had major movement from their efforts. The city of West Covina adopted a resolution to terminate health officer services with LA County on February 23, 2021. The council approved a resolution and corresponding ordinance along with a letter to LA County to inform them of the termination and were sent to LA County by March 1, 2021, and were supposed to go into effect July 1st. While the intent of West Covina was to have the contract with LA County terminated by July 1, to date, their contract with the LA County Department of Public Health is still effective, awaiting state approval. On May 4, 2021, West Covina adopted an ordinance to officially establish a public health department. Currently, West Covina is pursuing approval from the state of California for the West Covina Health Department. West Covina last met with the state of California Public Health Department to discuss the creation of their public health department on June 8th. As of July 13th, residents of West Covina have begun the petition process to make the city's public health department a ballot measure for the November 2021 election. The Santa Clarita City Council authorized staff to hire a consultant to analyze the feasibility of creating and operating a public health department in late September 2020. The City Council determined that there was not a compelling case to change the basic structure of public health regulations. Their decision was based on the expenses and complexities that would arise and doubts about how much local control is possible given the state's authority in controlling and regulating public health responses, as well as the regional and even statewide nature of such many issues. Per the analysis provided by the third-party consultant, Santa Clarita could expect ongoing operating costs ranging from $23.8 to $29.8 million. These figures do not include startup costs, for which an estimated cost was not provided. If a city were to enforce public health laws and regulations, the city would have to appoint a health officer and provide minimum basic services, including but not limited to a health education program, communicable disease control, family planning services, and many others. The fiscal year 2022 recommended operating budget for the Pasadena Public Health Department, which was established over 100 years ago, comes to a grand total to $19,382,343, which is a 3.6% increase from the 2021 revised budget. The cost of the Public Health Department of the City of West Covina has not been determined as of yet. At this time, West Covina properties are assessed 1% property tax on the value of the property. Of that 1%, about 1/3 is distributed to the County of Los Angeles for Los Angeles County Services, which is approximately $31 million. For the city to receive that money, a tax transfer agreement, referendum, or state legislation would be needed. As of June 29, 2021, and as of today's date as well, there is no legislation confirming that the money received by the county or health department services will be reimbursed back to the city. The city intends to utilize grants, subvention fees, other funding streams to fund department activities. The city anticipates that the adopted Los Angeles County Department of Public Health environmental health inspection and permitting fee schedules will provide sufficient funding. Startup costs are intended to be funded through the Federal CARE Act funds. Staff will continue to engage in South Bay City's Council of Government efforts related to the creation of a local South Bay Health District. Additional information will be provided as part of future updates, and staff is available for any questions.
Well, thank you, Ms. Schaefer, for your detailed information. And thank you also for the supplementals that were presented as well. I'm sure we have some questions. First one up is Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, great presentation, and I really do appreciate staff's efforts in researching this possible idea. I think what I get out of all this is the fact that it seems like we have to ask permission to break up, because this is really a breakup, and breakups aren't nice. They're usually, especially when it involves a lot of money. You know, we're basically going to have to divert the money that we're paying into the system back towards our area or our city, depending on which direction we go. The reason this was even brought to the table was because I felt, and obviously I think some of the council members here felt that there's maybe either, I don't want to call it government overreach, but I think LA County kind of scooped us up all into one big bundle, and our numbers weren't nearly as bad as some other areas within the county. And we felt, or some of us felt, that we wanted to be a little bit more independent and make decisions based on our numbers and our population and our needs. What I'd like to see us do is move towards independence. Cutting the ties with LA County Health, I think, is it's a must, because things like this, what happened in 2020 is going to happen again, and we can't afford it. We need to be able to have independence. We need to be able to control whatever issues there are locally, at a local level. And I think some of the shutdowns were horrific and unnecessary. A lot of businesses shut down. A lot of families lost their livelihood for many months, and some of them actually even lost their homes, lost their businesses, everything they've ever worked for. But enough of beating that drum. I don't know how we're going to detach from LA County without possible litigation. They're not going to want us. They're not going to let us go. If we have to actually ask permission to detach from LA County, I can tell you right now, it's not going to happen. Not going to happen. We're going to have to litigate our way out of this. We're going to have to litigate basically like a divorce from LA County. I'd like to do it on a regional basis, SPA 8, that would be great. Even better, do it at South Bay, because we are unique. To LA County, the South Bay is unique. I don't see that happening without a big fight. We have to be prepared for that fight. I'm prepared. I hope the city's prepared. I hope my fellow council members are prepared for that fight. But in the future, we need to detach from LA County Health, and possibly even LA County. I don't know what actions we need to take right now. I would definitely continue doing what we're doing, is bringing in more information and the process. I would like to see an exact process of detachment. The divorce papers. I want to see the divorce papers. What does it entail? Because if we have to get 3 of the supervisors to approve it, it's not going to happen. They're not going to detach. We're not going to be able to detach. I want to know what steps do we need to take legally if that were to happen. Because I think we can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that being attached to LA County Health was a disaster for the South Bay. We were treated wrong. And I think independence is what Torrance needs.
Councilman Adam Shpine, City Manager, we can follow up to your point. My recommendation would be to return back to you with the status update. And as these other cities are perhaps somewhat ahead of us, we continue to watch them navigate these uncharted waters, and we'll continue our research as well, and we'll consult with our colleagues in the City Attorney's Office as far as the regulatory framework.
I mean, are there any other cities that were successful in detaching completely?
Not yet.
Not
yet. Only Pasadena and Long Beach have their independent health departments. That's because, as Ms. Schaefer stated, Pasadena over 100 years. I think Long Beach just about the same. Between the state approvals and the cost associated with this endeavor, I think the regional framework may be worth exploring, which we are as part of the COG, but as far as Torrance standalone, they will have a significant startup and operating cost.
LA County is just way too big. I think it needs to be chopped up into smaller pieces and approach everything on a regional basis. I think that's the right thing to do. But I want to know the process.
Thank you.
The divorce paper. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
I don't think you should be using that word, divorce papers. That's just kind of scary stuff. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Schaefer. I think I asked you for some questions, and in principle, I agree. During the pandemic, we all thought about trying to get some local control, just like housing. And being a member of the COG, I know what the COG is doing. As a matter of fact, I was on the COG meeting when the COG invited the representative from LA County Public Health. I think some members here may have called in, and I remember when the lead person for SPA 8, I recall she said she has a staff of roughly 500 people. And then during the pandemic, more was added. In my head, I was thinking, what kind of budget does this person have? She has roughly 500 people, and it must be a big budget. So I asked Ms. Schaefer to see if we can find out. I know that's, you don't have it yet, because that would be interesting. That's part of the piece puzzle. And thank you for the supplemental, because the other thing, I read the article of what West Covina has started doing. They're trying to provide a roadmap for other cities. And as I look at the data and study West Covina a little bit more the last 6 to 9 months, West Covina has a lot of similarity with the city of Torrance population-wise, and they're the other city that did a lease revenue bond as well. I don't know if most of us know that. So we and them have done that as well, and they just opened up their sports complex. So there's a lot of similarities. So they are sort of like the first city that's trying to do this. My suggestion would be continue staying on top of what they're doing, and so they could, we could get some lessons learned from what they are doing, because they're going to have some real numbers and what are the steps it's going to take. I know they're, waiting for a response from the state of California, and that would be my suggestion. We just keep our tab on it, and then at some point we could do a feasibility analysis to see, does that make sense, while the South Bay COG is looking at it. Of course, the best case is a regional approach, and I just don't know, who's going to move faster. So I say thank you. My suggestion is we continue to stay on top of it and stay very close and see what Covina's doing, because like I said, there's a lot of similarities between the two cities here, and even though they might be, I'm not sure positive, they might be part of San Gabriel Valley COG, but their COG isn't doing it. They're going out on their own. So I would suggest we stay at least one step behind them and let them test drive it first, and then we'll see as time goes on which step we do. Thank you. Thank you for the report, though.
Thank you, Councilmember Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this one's a tough one for me. I really felt, as I spoke out during the pandemic, that I didn't feel like the county was treating us fairly, and I agree with Councilmember Matucci that we are a very unique portion of LA County and very different in many, many ways. And I think we should have some freedoms and flexibilities different from the rest of the whole county. However, we're still all, irregardless of whether we broke away from the county or not, we're still all under the direction of the state. And in my opinion, it seemed like the state and the county were pretty close in what their guidance and directions were. And so I personally, and this is something that maybe be worth exploring, is what benefits did cities like Pasadena and Long Beach really achieve by having their own separate public health departments in the case of how the pandemic issues were handled? And yeah, some of those cities maybe opened up some of their stores and restaurants a couple of days earlier than we were allowed to, but was it really a big deal enough to warrant the amount of effort that this process would require? So I want to kind of do a cost justification analysis to see, is this really going to provide us what we would like it to? Because if we're still subject to what the state's going to do, if the state and the county are following pretty close in lockstep, then it really doesn't provide us any significant benefit. So I think it's worth some further exploration. I'm certainly concerned about the cost and the staff expense or staff time involved in this. It would be obviously a significant additional bureaucracy that we would have to add in order to do this. And again, kind of like what I said on the Friendship City, is we've got our plates full right now. And we got to make sure we're doing things that are for the most benefit for our public right now. And hopefully, we've only had one pandemic in my lifetime, and I hope to never see another one. I realize it's a possibility, but, so I'm for continuing exploration, but not to jump in with 2 feet right now. Thanks.
And I would concur with a lot of what was said, but I'd also say it's the same thing, the preemption of the state. The state can mandate it, and the county can't oversee it anyhow. Much the same as we could have made more restrictive orders as well. We could have mandated people had to wear full masks. We could have mandated they wear PPEs, which would be more restrictive than the county or the state, but you can't make anything less restrictive. So, you know, monitoring is a better thing than researching it. We have a couple cities who are looking at it right now, and discretion is always a better part of valor to see how they are. Councilmember Chen, our neighboring city, Redondo Beach, did a lease revenue bond as well. So there's a third one on there that has seen the value of that. And Sheila Poisson, we have to thank your predecessor immensely for bringing that about. That was really, I think, an excellent idea, and it worked. This, on the contrary, is not bringing in funds. It's going to cost a lot of money. And that's what we have to look at. How much is it? And as Councilmember Griffith says, cost-benefit analysis. Is it going to make that much of a difference for 2 extra days of restaurants being allowed open? Is that what we're looking at? Because everything else filtered down from the state of California. So everything being said, I'll take a motion to accept it.
I'm
Yes.
sorry, Councilman Kalani has her hand
Oh,
up.
I'm sorry. I'm not watching the television screen.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just wanted to say that I concur with what Councilmember Griffiths was saying as well. But in the meantime, is there any way to work with LA County Public Health now to have some flexibility for local decisions? I mean, maybe there's I don't know if compromise is the right word, but maybe there's a compromise so that in a similar healthcare crisis that we have a voice, we have a better voice, and maybe some ability to have a different approach because of the uniqueness of our city.
I think staff can look at that if we could still discuss the spa situation, because the service provider area is pretty cut and dry where it is, and if the jurisdictions within there would like it, and I think I've heard from most of those jurisdictions they would like that autonomy. One spa is not like another spa, so it could be easier. They have directors, so there's a potential for that, which would not be a financial impact on a city, I don't believe.
And Mayor, I'm surprised, City Manager, that type of discussion is happening at the COG within the framework of the SPA. And I believe that conversation will continue. We'll include that in our next update.
Okay, I'd like to hear more about that. Thank you.
And hopefully, I think everybody said, I hope we never have another pandemic and we never have to raise this decision again. But you never know. It could be some other aspect where the county is dictating something to us that we are not in approval of. And, you know, we've seen it with tax measures in the past. They did ballot measures over our objection, and we got taxed from it. And that's the last 3 ballot measures I think the county did, but our citizens are still paying those taxes. So, and now we have to fight to get that tax money back to us for services for our community. And we do that, and we get them. So that being said, I'll take a motion to accept and file.
Mayor, I move that we accept and file the Public Health Department research update from staff, and also if we can continue the conversation, the effort of moving towards the goal of independence, and also monitoring what other cities and areas are doing. That's my motion.
A second?
Start voting, please. Councilmember Kalani?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. On to item 9G as in George. From the City Manager and Community Development, ratification of a public order number 2021-2 pertaining to COVID-19 related land use entitlements, as well as considering authorizing staff to develop a permanent outdoor dining activity program. This project is categorically exempt from CEQA per guidelines section 15304. Mr. Loden.
Good evening. I'm Greg Loden with Community Development Department. The item before council tonight is the ratification of Public Order 2021-2, which pertains to COVID-19 related land use entitlements. Specifically, this order extends the life of temporary event permits that were issued to allow businesses to operate outdoors, such as restaurants, gyms, and religious institutions, as well as COVID testing sites. When initially approved, these permits were tied to the timeline of the LA County Health Order. Several business operators have requested that these entitlements be extended to allow greater certainty that outdoor operations may continue. The local order allows commercial uses to continue operating until January 22 of 2022, and it allows testing facilities to operate until September 22 of 2021. It also allows for future extensions should they be necessary. The local order also provides for the suspension of the time limits with regards to businesses that have previously ceased or may cease operation in the future due to the pandemic. For example, currently a conditional use permit is only valid for 90 days following a business shutting down. After that, new entitlements would need to be applied for and granted by the Planning Commission. This order gives staff the flexibility to consider these businesses active. This helps the city to promote economic recovery and aid existing tenants to restart their businesses, or even help property owners find new tenants for empty spaces. The item before council tonight is also requesting council's concurrence to allow staff to conduct a land use study with the goal of creating a permanent outdoor dining and activity program. This could provide the opportunity for enhanced dining, retail, and other activities. Staff is currently seeking grant funding for the development of a program. However, should a grant not be realized, there is funding available in the Downtown Capital Project A158. If successful, staff would return for City Council's concurrence to accept and appropriate the associated funding. The Community Development Director recommends that the City Council adopt a resolution ratifying Local Emergency Order 2021-2 and to direct staff to explore the development of a permanent outdoor dining program. Staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Loden, and I'm going to make a prediction and right now that, yes, this council is going to go for this. But right now we have a question from Councilmember Ashcraft.
Kind of a question. About the permanent outside dining program. I think it's great. We're in California. It should, if we vote on this and you come back with information or further information, I would like that to also include something about the aesthetics of outside dining, because some outside dining looks great, others looks really bad. And so I would like to have some kind of an aesthetic part to it.
That is definitely part of our plan to move forward, and we're even hoping to kind of come up with a prototype or an off-the-shelf plan that restaurants could utilize, and that way they wouldn't have to go through the expense of developing their own plans. But absolutely, aesthetics is one of our big concerns with that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think we all agree with that, but it served a purpose during the emergency situation, gave our restaurants the opportunity to go out there, and I think we were kind of lax and requested them to do certain things, but clearly we have to do that. So, any other questions, comments? Ready to dine al fresco? Go ahead. I think we need a number and title on this first, yeah.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2021-69, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, ratifying public order number 2021-02 that related to COVID-19 land use entitlements.
I move to adopt resolution 2021-69 and also authorize staff to explore the development of a permanent outdoor dining activity program, which would include minimum standards for design and quality of construction.
I'll second that.
Start voting, please. Councilmember Kalani?
Yes. you.
Thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. On to item 9H from the city clerk, to adopt a resolution adopting the records retention schedule and repeal resolution, the previous resolution. Ms.
Thank you.
Poirier.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's a recommendation of the city clerk that City Council adopt a resolution adopting the retention schedule and repeal resolution number 2020-35 in its entirety. In working with Gladwell Governmental Services and Expert in Local Government Records, who reviewed our City of Torrance adopted records retention, it became clear that we needed to make some changes based on the changes in law and some new additional records. The major highlights of this year's changes in law were on the citywide schedule, added staff video conference chats, notes, and recordings to CW-031, correspondence, transitory, preliminary drafts when no longer required. Added to the city clerk's schedule, added new law regarding redistricting, expanded electronic filing retention requirements per the Fair Political Practices Commission campaign filings, adding to the community development and planning schedules, added new environmental, CEQA, NEPA correspondence and internal staff notes required to be retained until completion of the CEQA process by new case law, adding to the finance and revenue schedule, billing for potable water service, many new record series and retention related to delinquencies, discontinuations, and appeals, adding to the human resources retention schedule, new law, COVID-19 notifications to employees, a 3-year retention, and adding to the police internal affairs investigation schedule, forfeiture notification, added DOJ equitable sharing program, and changed retention to 5 years to comply with DOJ guidelines. And I would just like to state that in updating our retention schedule, this keeps the city in compliance with all the laws and requires departments to maintain the proper records for the proper amount of time. And I wanted to address that since last year when I brought this forward, a member of the public was concerned that this just gave me rights to willy-nilly destroy records, and that's not the case. And I'm available for any questions.
Yeah, we know that they were incorrect on that, but there's an awful lot of records in a city that you're in charge of, and we certainly appreciate you keeping us on the right side of the law. That's for darn sure.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from the council? I see none. I'll take a motion. Oh, I need a number and title.
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2021-65, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, adopting a records retention schedule authorizing destruction of certain city records and repealing resolution number 2020-35.
Mayor, I move to adopt resolution 2021-65.
Second.
You said second. I barely heard you. Start voting, please. Councilmember Kalani?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. And item 9I is from the city attorney and city clerk to adopt resolution amending sections 1.1, 2.7, 2.12, and 6.4 of the city council rules of order. From the clerk.
Your Honor, it's a recommendation of the city attorney and city clerk that city council adopt this resolution amending sections 1.1, 1.2, 1.5, and 1.6, sections 2.7 and 2.12, sections 6.4, 6.8B, 6, and 7 of the city council rules of order. The city council, in changing to meeting 2 times a week, we needed to update the council rules of order. So the time of closed session has been moved to 5 p.m. with regular business commencing no earlier than 6:30 p.m. We removed the dark night after a Monday holiday paragraph, and we cleaned up some minor Scrivener's errors, such as some random capital letters and whatnot in the document. It is a living document, and the mayor and council can request it updated at any time, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? I think we understand the rules. We need a resolution on this one as well. May we have a number and title?
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2021-70, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, adopting amended City Council Rules of Orders as City Policy Number 2, as set forth in Torrance Municipal Code Section 11.7.010.
Move to adopt resolution 2021-70.
I second.
start voting, please. Councilmember Kalani, may I have your vote, please?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay, and I may ask my counsel, I have a feeling the next one is going to be a little bit longer than usual. Does council wish to take a break now, or are we going to power through? Break. I'm hearing break from a lot of different areas here, and so I'm thinking we're going to take about a 10-minute break now. We'll be back in 10 minutes. item 9J from Community Development. And in this, we're reviewing the draft Downtown Torrance Revitalization and Connectivity Plan. And Mr. Loden from Community Development is here to present.
Good evening, Your Honor. Tonight, I'm joined by our consulting team on the phone, and we are here to share the culmination of about 18 months' worth of work focused on Old Torrance. Next slide, please. This effort focuses on the continued economic revitalization of the downtown Torrance area. Staff was successful in obtaining a Caltrans grant in the amount of $277,640, which has funded the majority of this effort, along with contributions from the city's Economic Development Fund and the Long Range Community Planning Fund Reserve, thereby limiting impacts to the city's general fund. The consulting team consists of HRA advisors, Studio 111, and GTS. They were selected at the conclusion of a request for proposal process, as well as interviews. Staff and the consultants framed this study a little differently than in prior efforts, which focused solely on the downtown commercial core, whereas this effort incorporates the corridors surrounding the core in an effort to preserve the character of the area, yet provide opportunities for growth and support to the greater downtown. Next slide, please. In the spring of 2020, the City of Torrance embarked on the preparation of the plan. After meetings with staff in April and May of 2020, the consultant team made field assessments of the physical conditions in downtown, including reviewing the parking, transportation data, and pedestrian connectivity information. The team examined city governance documents such as the zoning code, general plan, and former redevelopment plan, as well as conducted a market analysis for the area. This work was done in anticipation of a series of traditional public outreach workshops and stakeholder meetings. However, with the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, LA County Health Department's Safer at Home protocols soon impacted the way in which public outreach could be accomplished. In order to remain on schedule, staff and the consultant team modified the original outreach plan to a virtual format and opted to delay a potential pop-up event designed to engage the public until later in the process, with the hopes that that process or that event could occur in person. Next slide, please. Beginning in late August 2020, a series of virtual focus groups were held with property owners, business owners, and residents of the area. Virtual meetings were also held with the Downtown Merchants Association, the DTA, and the Old Torrance Neighborhood Association. These discussions explored topics such as what participants liked or disliked about the downtown, what changes would be desired. They also examined other California downtown areas that participants liked and the features that made them desirable. In November and December of 2020, a second round of focus group meetings occurred in which findings from the consultant's initial work, as well as summaries from prior focus group discussions, were shared. In December of 2020, a virtual workshop was held with the City Council, which focused on the information contained in the draft diagnostic report executive summary. The City Council provided feedback on the draft document, as well as input on draft visioning statements. In March of 2021, a community survey and the delayed pop-up events were able to be held at the Torrance Farmers Market and the Antique Street Fair. Our consultant team is joining us by phone, and at this point I will introduce Amitabh Barthakar from HRNA, who will go into greater detail about the progress made since the December 2020 workshop and share the draft downtown revitalization connectivity plan. Amitabh?
Thank you, Greg. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Great. If we move on to the next slide. Good evening, council members. My name is Amitabh Barthakar. I'm a partner with HRN Advisors. As Greg mentioned, the lead consultant on the project. Today I'm also joined by some of our team members with me to talk about the strategies for downtown Torrance, including Alan Pullman from Studio 111 and Rawad Hani from GTS. Also, as Greg mentioned, the purpose of this work was essentially threefold. The first is obviously to develop a set of strategies to revitalize and reposition downtown Torrance for future success. Second was to increase connectivity to the area and think about mobility options. And lastly, to generally fulfill all of the requirements of the grant that went towards funding this effort. The outcomes of the study are a revitalization plan and a set of implementation strategies. Next slide, please. Here is a map of our study area, and Greg had already shown this, which obviously includes the historic downtown core, as well as some of the surrounding corridors. Next slide, please. Also, as Greg mentioned, our team includes 3 consulting firms. HRNA is the lead consultant and led some of the work around economic development, governance, and real estate examination. Studio 111 is our partner who supported on urban design, planning, and public realm design issues. And GTS helped on mobility and parking related issues. Next slide, please. And also, as Greg mentioned, since we last met during the council workshop in December of last year, we have done some additional work. We have gone ahead and refined the project vision, conducted additional outreach surveys to the pop-up event to prioritize the goals and strategies. We also conducted additional analysis related to financial pro forma to look at infill development opportunities and pull together a draft strategy document for review and feedback from the city. So today we're going to be doing given the late hour as well as the time constraints, we're going to be doing a somewhat detailed but fairly high-level overview of the draft strategies, focusing on the key goals and key takeaways. Next slide, please. Our previous work included sort of the existing conditions analysis, workshops with staff and council's focus groups, and case studies. And again, the new work is this pop-up display and outreach survey, as Greg had mentioned. Almost all of this work happened during the pandemic, and with staff's help, we have managed to achieve a lot in terms of research, discovery, and strategy development. I think the more recent outreach and pop-up displays at prominent locations was very fruitful in garnering feedback from a wider community on the strategies and aspirations that they most desire to see in downtown Torrance. I'm going to ask Alan from Studio 111 to give a quick overview of the outreach process and pop-ups and some of the takeaways from that. Next slide, and handing over to Alan.
Thank you, Amitabh, and good evening, council members. I'll quickly talk a little bit about outreach. As you heard in the intro, once we had a general vision and priorities that we worked out through some of our focus groups and workshops with council, we went out to the community to get their feedback on some of those larger vision and goals of the project. And during March and April, now there were some challenges because we were doing this outreach during COVID quarantine, but I think we did a great job in soliciting some feedback. We launched an online survey. One way we promoted that survey was doing 2 pop-up kiosks, which you can see in this slide here. One was during the Torrance Antique Fair. Another was during in the Torrance Farmers Market. And those boards showed some of the visioning and some of the goals of the project. It also had a QR code that people could download the survey. We also had a paper survey that we handed out as well. And then the city helped us distribute flyers that we put in storefronts to solicit even more survey input. and the city was great at publicizing the link to the survey on their social media channels. Overall, we had about 160 responses. It was a mix of residents and business owners, and we also had 60 individualized comments that were written comments that really gave more flavor to what the community was thinking about the project. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thanks. In general, the survey, the full survey results are in our report in the appendix. They showed a lot of support for the goals of the project and the importance that downtown Torrance has with the community. There was a lot of support for activation events to bring people into the downtown. There was also a lot of support for additional restaurants, entertainment uses. This is a word cloud, and what we did here is we input the written comments that we got out of the survey, and these are the top kind of words that came out. So you could see attractive businesses, restaurants were a big concern of the community, maintaining the historic character and the small town feel, and more events. So I think it was great that we really were able to get this feedback as we completed our initial study and report. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Amitav to go to the next slide to talk a little bit about our report.
Thank you, Alan. So before we get into strategies, I wanted to provide a quick reminder of some of the findings of the existing conditions report in the form of a SWOT, a strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats analysis of downtown Torrance. Essentially, these were some of the key findings, the whys, so to speak, that led to the goals and strategies that are included in the final implementation or the draft implementation report. So obviously the key strengths that were identified both in terms of our objective analysis as well as sort of the stakeholder engagement was the historic character of the downtown core, pedestrian scale and the existing street grid and streetscapes. This is not an area that requires a lot of urban interventions. It's got great bones, some unique legacy businesses that are well loved in the community, nearby large employment base which provides patrons consistently to the area. And there is parking supply. There's some parking management and parking availability issues, but generally there is parking supply in the area which could be leveraged. In terms of weaknesses, also not very surprising. There's sort of clear entries that could be identified to the area, poor wayfinding, lack of sort of destination anchors. While there are food and beverage options, there are limited food and beverage options, and there's probably oversupply of some other retail categories. There's not a balanced mix of retail that exists out there. There's a business association which is fairly active and enthusiastic, but it's underfunded, so it doesn't have a lot of capacity to do a lot of things on their own. There is residential and there is employment around the area, but it's not at a density that can provide 24/7 customer base within a walkable distance. One of the things that we found in some of our analysis looking at visitation into the area is that a majority of the visitation to the retail businesses in the historic core is during weekdays at lunchtime. There's very little visitation during evenings, very little during weekends, and that's something that we want to make sure that evens out. And then there's a fragmented bike and pedestrian network, and parking availability is a challenge at the times that you want it and where you want it. Next slide, please. In terms of opportunities, there is space for events and gatherings that could be leveraged. The historic cultural capital should definitely be leveraged. The industrial adjacency is interesting. While industrial to an active right next to an active downtown is not always helpful, some of the existing employment, as well as using some of those industrial spaces for higher density employment that could create further customer base would be very interesting in terms of adaptive reuse. The existing employment base is definitely a strength. There is residential demand in the market, so there is opportunity that creates some opportunities for infill and adjacent development. future transit connectivity, the Green Line coming down and the transit center is a tremendous opportunity that could be leveraged, albeit over a longer period of time. And with better parking management, you can solve a number of the parking issues that are existing or real and perceived that are existing in the area. In terms of threats, we would say lack of funding for long-term management. There is no real organization that is well-funded. The city will not be able to do everything forever. Retail competition, so there's sort of mall retail, other retail that's happening, and retail in general, both during the pandemic and before that, has been facing general competition through e-commerce. So what types of retail are going to be most successful here needs to be carefully considered. And perception that a parking structure is necessary, while maybe true in the long term, may not be something that you want to sort of jump right into without thinking of a funding and financing strategy for that. Next slide. So with that in mind, both from gleaning from our analysis as well as learning from public feedback, we articulated a vision for downtown that incorporates some of the key stakeholder priorities as outcomes. So these are the big themes that came out, celebrating history, creating a live, work, and play district, promoting local businesses, a wide range of inclusive events, safe streets, inviting public spaces, and that turned into a series of vision statements, which I'm going to read it out to you, which we articulate as downtown Torrance is a place where residents, employees, and visitors can live, work, and play in a vibrant, active, and walkable environment. Here, local businesses can thrive in the midst of new dining, shopping, housing, and recreation. The greater downtown, which is the larger area, will celebrate its history. Its streets and public spaces will be well maintained and programmed with defense, and it will be a welcoming, safe, and inclusive environment for all. So that becomes our vision statement after many iterations of thinking what it should be included, what should be included there. Next slide. In order to achieve this vision, to realize this vision, we develop an implementation plan which includes 6 primary goals or outcomes, and a number of strategies that help achieve those goals, and a set of specific actions and tactics. So there are over 80 actions and tactics that are included in the implementation plan. While we'll not go through all of these in great detail in the interest of time, we'd like to touch upon the salient points, in particular the 6 goals, why they're important, and how we can achieve them. I'm going to hand over to Alan from Studio 111 to speak to the first 2 goals related to placemaking and identity, then Rawad to talk about parking and mobility, and then I'll cover the last 2 about implementation and infill. Alan, next slide.
Great. So the first goal we're going to talk about is sense of place, and this is really the physical aspects of a downtown, because we know that successful downtowns stand out, they're authentic, and they're appealing physical places. And downtown Torrance is a gem. I'll add this again. I think I mentioned it before in the council. I used to live in downtown Torrance, and I love living there because it really has a unique sense of place that you don't find anywhere else in the South Bay. There's a charm, there's a layout, there's a landscaping. It has all the characteristics that contribute to a very special sense of place already. So this goal is really about evolving that sense of place in downtown and protecting what makes it special. So some of the strategies that are going to go along to achieve this goal are updating design and historic guidelines so that any new development, any open space really enhances that historic sense of place and scale. We think downtown needs a better identity, so we're suggesting gateways to enhance its identity, to announce downtown in this location in the regional context. Obviously, continuing activity downtown with activities that draw people and enhance those efforts that the businesses are already doing and the city's already doing to really bring people into downtown. We also are proposing creating a marketing and branding program to market downtown Torrance, and establishing the adjacent districts to support, economic revitalization of downtown through different kind of development and better connections. So that's goal one, that sense of place. Next slide. Thank you. Goal two, which is unique and authentic businesses. So if goal one was about the physical aspects of place, goal two is about the kind of businesses and nurturing the kind of businesses that the community desires and that will also bring people into the downtown. So the strategies that support this goal are, first of all, stabilizing the current businesses, helping them to respond to evolving conditions, whether it's COVID or evolving food and beverage and retail trends, making downtown attractive to new businesses, retail, restaurant, entertainment, things that we heard the community would really like to see in the downtown. We also want to make sure that downtown stays unique. It has unique businesses that are independent, that are smaller, that you can't find in a mall or on the larger corridors, and that could be done through different zoning and other incentives to really keep downtown unique and special. And then we also recommend increasing the diversity of business ownership in downtown to foster fresh concepts and new clientele. So those are our first two goals. I'm going to turn it over to Rawad Hani, who's going to talk about parking and mobility. And we go to the next slide.
Thank you, Alan, and good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Again, my name is Rawad Hani with the GTS, and I will talk briefly about the parking and mobility and accessibility goals of the revitalization plan. As you may recall from the previous meetings and from the workshop in December, we noted that there is a parking availability issue in downtown which should not be confused with the parking supply. As part of our analysis, we noted that prime parking locations which are signed for 2-hour parking are occupied by long-term parkers, such as employees, making it difficult for patrons who are frequenting downtown and spending money in downtown to find parking easily, and hence creating the perception that more parking supply is needed. The analysis that we've done identified challenges associated with signage, safety perceptions, and connectivity, but also, as Amitabh mentioned, opportunities such as the abundance of private parking and a good mix of on-street and off-street parking. With that being said, the revitalization plan identified various parking management interventions that should take place to ensure that parking responds to changing customer needs over time. The parking management interventions can be summarized really under 5 main areas. The first one is parking demand management strategies, such as enhancing pedestrian and bicycle connectivity to downtown as an example that would reduce the demand for parking. The second set of strategies are time-based strategies, such as enforcing the time limits to ensure turnover and that prime parking spots serve the needs of the downtown. Number 3 are location-based strategies which aim at reducing the concentration or crowding of parking that happens on certain streets by enhancing signage and wayfinding as an example. Number 4 are pricing strategies which include starting to introduce paid parking in areas of limited parking availability. And number 5, when the earlier strategies that I've mentioned have been exhausted, consider supply strategies to add additional parking. So going to the next slide, please. The fourth goal that we want to talk about over here is the related also to parking is mobility and accessibility. To ensure that downtown is safely and easily accessible to surrounding residents and employees via multiple modes of transportation, be it vehicular modes, as well as pedestrian, bicycle, and transit modes. This goal is supported really by 2 main strategies. The first is enhancing multimodal connectivity to downtown. This includes enhancing pedestrian connectivity, implementing open space corridors, closing the bicycle network gaps, which are shown in the strategy document between your hands, as well as enhancing transit being through improved frequencies, better connectivity, as well as bus shelters. The second strategy or second set of strategies supporting this goal implement streetscape improvements. This strategy includes items such as redesigning of Cabrillo Avenue as a livable or complete street, serving all modes, creating flexible and more usable people spaces, expanding the twinkle lights throughout downtown, as well as various streetscape infrastructure enhancements. With that, I'd like to turn it back to Amitabh to go through the rest of the goals.
Next slide, please. Thank you, Rawat. So the fifth goal is critical to ensure that downtown becomes a vibrant 24/7 district. One of the ideas that was repeatedly mentioned by many of the stakeholders, increasing the customer base of the area by supporting infill development at the village scale by adding new mixed-use residential and employment will not just expand the market for existing and future retail and dining businesses, but it also create a dynamic urban environment and create economic value. We have suggested a number of strategies to incentivize infill development on vacant or underutilized sites to generate market rate and affordable housing in a mixed-use setting, shared office space, and other models of employment, which is different from large-scale campus-style employment areas, and a range of other amenities. These are going to be really critical, both in terms of generating economic value and creating patrons for downtown businesses. Next slide. And the final goal is to ensure that there are resources and mechanisms to not just implement these actions, but to sustain their outcomes over the long term. Both our stakeholder engagement and best practice research has shown that long-term success of downtowns require the stewardship of the city government, but it cannot happen without commitment, investment, and ownership of the businesses and property owners who are going to be there. So we strongly encourage the city, as part of this last strategy, a set of strategies, to explore the formation of a business improvement district as a new governance model in the near to midterm that can eventually partner with the city to manage the district. We have also recommended the city to consider the application of a number of financial tools to generate resources, such as an enhanced infrastructure financing district, a community benefits program associated with infill development, as well as in the future thinking about a parking benefit district, which could be a revenue generator on its own. Next slide. As you can see, the implementation plan includes, strategies across many dimensions, from regulatory changes to economic development tools, to capital projects, to governance, to marketing and branding. It's a lot, and this can appear to be a daunting list of things to do. And if you go to the next slide, but it's really important to consider that this is all not going to be implemented by one single entity. This is not just the city's job or the business owner or the property owner's job to do alone. So there will be a range of partnerships that the city, as well as property and business owners, will have to create to implement some of these actions. This includes city departments who can lead some of the regulatory changes and public works related projects, but for the most part, the city plays the role of a facilitator, creating a big tent for current and future businesses and property owners, nonprofits and cultural organizations, investors, and development partners. All of these stakeholders will have a role to play, which we start delineating in the implementation plan. Next slide. Finally, all of these actions need not happen at once. Again, it's a lot to do all at once. There is going to be a stair-step approach of implementing these actions and prioritizing them, with some much more immediate to short-term to medium-term and long-term. First, we recognize that the entire economic and retail landscape has changed with the pandemic since we started this work. In that context, if we go to the next slide, we think some of the most immediate strategies are focused on continuing efforts to stabilize businesses and building on some of the successful strategies, like you approved the al fresco dining program today, and enhancing other programmatic activities as well as educational programs to educate property owners and business owners to access new resources of funding and public assistance that may be coming from other federal and other programs, state programs. Parking enforcement, as Rawad mentioned, is something that could be started immediately. It's a low-cost approach to actually manage parking better in the district. Next slide. In the short term, the city could start thinking about more permanent regulatory changes and zoning changes. Some of the overlay district models that we have recommended could be commenced to be explored and adopted at this point, which require more work. The idea of thinking about employee parking as a strategy, where do employees park if street parking where they're currently parking is going away and being managed for more patrons. Thinking about value capture and some of the value capture strategies that we've recommended and put them in place before actual infill development comes and values increase. Wayfinding and signage and open space redesign could be more short-term strategies. Next slide. Over the medium term, start building this coalition to form a business improvement district to take on responsibilities for more longer-term operations. The idea of creating a unique brand and marketing the area. Some of the larger sort of regional connectivity issues in terms of bike and pedestrian connections, streetscape improvements, and then thinking about right-sizing parking and if other additional parking resources are required in the area as demand and activity increases. And this comes up with, we are confident that by this time you may see more development interest, more infill activity, so the public benefits program should be in place before all of that happens. And last slide. And over the longer term, thinking about more aggressive parking strategies that involve pricing parking and maybe creation of other governance and financing methods related to parking, like creating a parking benefits district, and some of the more other longer-term, larger capital projects. So it is going to be a very much stair-step process. With that, that's the end of my presentation. I'm going to hand it over to Greg to wrap it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Amitabh. Next slide. Oh, you're on it. While we appreciate the effort put forth by the consultant to develop the recommended actions, by and large, staff concurs with the actions identified. Staff has provided a suggested prioritization for implementation in attachment D of your item tonight, and this was prepared based on staff's experience in the downtown area, our understanding of current budget constraints, and local priorities, such as those that most align with the recently adopted 2021 strategic plan. The staff recommended implementation prioritization is aimed at focusing the city's limited resources in a cost-effective manner. Next slide, please. To a great extent, staff has already begun to implement certain aspects of the plan as opportunities for grant funding or as the need presented itself. This would include current city efforts such as our housing corridor study and the housing element update, which were initiated earlier this year and which are being funded largely through grant funds. The signage and wayfinding initiative is also nearing completion and was made possible through grant funding as well. Zoning and parking modernizations are currently being studied by staff and in the context of the housing corridor study and the housing element update as well. Earlier tonight, staff received council direction to explore a more permanent outdoor dining and activities program. Next slide, please. There are also initiatives staff intends to further immediately, such as continuing to assess how to best improve the use of existing parking assets through signage, lighting, and improved access. This should lead to greater awareness of the availability of parking and greater usage. Staff will also be examining the enhancement of the public realm, including through enhanced street furniture in the area. Staff is also anticipating the introduction of the newly revamped commercial rehabilitation program, which would provide a funding mechanism to property owners looking to improve the appearance of their properties. Staff is also advancing the open space corridors effort by monitoring grant funding options and overseeing the DIF funding resources that are being accumulated. Next slide, please. In the mid to longer term, staff recommends identifying funding sources and potential public-private partnerships to pursue strategic land acquisitions that could facilitate additional parking structures for the downtown. Funding sources are also needed to advance street redesign efforts that would enhance the public realm and provide opportunities for additional parking or allow for programming in areas such as along portions of Cabrillo Avenue. It is recommended that the city pursue collaborations between organizations like the DTA and OTNA and other organizations to expand successful seasonal programming in the downtown. The viability of a business improvement district should also be explored to help expand business coordination, programming, and advertising. Next slide, please. At this time, staff recommends that the City Council concur with the draft Downtown Torrance Revitalization and Connectivity Plan and direct staff to implement measures as appropriate and as funding permits. We would like to take a moment to thank the property owners, business owners, residents, and visitors to downtown who have participated in the process and made it possible to prepare this material for tonight, as well as thank the other city departments and the City Council for their support in this effort. Staff and the consulting team are available for questions, and we thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Loden. And I want to give a shout out to Carolyn for all the effort that she has done over the many, many years in downtown, and Mr. Santana and the entire community development staff and our economic development team that's been out there. It's certainly been a true team effort to put this together. We've all had the vision of something occurring in Old Torrance, and this is, I think, a blueprint that we can really follow with a timeline that is not undoable. I think, you know, we're in a good situation now with the opening of our transit center, and it appears that we'll be perhaps having our rubber tire trolley system up and running, which can be assisted to bringing customers there, providing parking for employees, and hopefully it can all come together in a short term. A little bit at a time, I guess, because it's, you know, 5+ years is, you know, the penultimate, but some things that can be done now. I mean, there's so many great recommendations that we can do right now that can stimulate and start the conversations going. I know the Downtown Business Association is finally becoming real, and then to turn them into a business improvement district is the ultimate goal. I know Ms. Fulton and I have talked about that at length, that you really need some funding on both sides. And right now is a bad time for us, and clearly it's a bad time for everybody until we get the economy rolling again, but we can't just sit down and wait for it. We have to start making movements. We've got some council questions and comments. Councilmember Griffith is first up.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Loden. Thank you to staff. Thank you to the consultants. I'm really excited. We got a plan, and this is a long time coming. I think it's something that we can really sink our teeth into. I give a lot of credit to staff to understand what our capabilities are to take this plan and move forward with it in a reasonable manner. But I do have a couple questions, and maybe you can elaborate for me. The concept of a business improvement district, can you expand on that a little bit, what that really means, and why we would want to wait on doing that?
A business improvement district is a collection of either business owners or property owners, or it could be a combination of both, who kind of take on some aspects of governance for the area. For instance, they can perhaps hire employees to act as marketing gurus or marketing firms to do advertising. They could also do things like programming of events in the downtown. Typically, that's established through, there's a formal process by which it has to be established, and there has to be buy-in by those parties to move it forward and also financially contribute to its success. The idea has been bounced around in the past, but now we really have some more teeth to why it's such a good idea. And what we're hoping to do is sort of through this process do some education and get some more activity and more buy-in and really promote that. We think because of the COVID pandemic and sort of the nature of retail right now, it may not be very popular to vote a tax on oneself immediately, so we think that might be something that has to occur a little bit later on in the process. But we're hopeful that when we kind of demonstrate what the benefits are, that since we do have such strong participation in the DTA, that they'll want to move forward with something along that lines.
And then could you contrast a little bit more between Business Improvement District and the business association that already exists?
I would, correct me, Amitabh, but I would just say it's a little less formal in terms of the current DTA. There's no set funding mechanism, and there's not the same level of governance oversight and structure that a bid would have, a business improvement district would have.
Right. Right now, there is no sort of mandate to assess themselves at a certain level of contribution. A formal business improvement district will establish a formula by which either business owners or property owners will put in sort of regular assessments into a pool of funds, which are then going to be used for common good and common benefit projects.
And would that be something that would apply to all properties and businesses? And could you clarify that?
Yes, which is why there is a yes.
You would have to define the area
boundaries
first?
Of this. Exactly. You'll have to define boundaries of the area. You'll have to decide whether it is a property owner-based business improvement district or a business owner-based. And then depending on, there has to be consensus on the approach and formula for contribution by size of property or size of business, and then commitment towards making those contributions, which are going to be collected annually.
Great. Yeah, go ahead.
Councilman, I apologize. Danny Santana, Assistant City Manager. All of those actions would have to come before the council for review and approval. But the businesses would obviously need to be in support of such an initiative because it would be a self-imposed fee, either an assessment that's monthly or a pass-through to customers on sales, similar to our Discover Torrance TOT rider.
Yeah, I appreciate the explanations and clarifications. I personally think that the city and staff are making a huge investment in trying to move forward our downtown redevelopment. And I think personally, I think it would behoove us to start earlier on with the business improvement district, maybe define who the participants will be, maybe start with a lower cost of entry, let the businesses, we hope that these businesses are going to rebound fairly quickly from COVID, which seems like a lot of them are. But I think I think if we don't get the buy-in from the folks in the area we're trying to work on early, it's going to be hard to move some of the things forward. Just my thoughts, but anxious to see if either staff or my colleagues would agree with that.
Well, conversation's already been started. It's been ongoing for a couple of years now. And the whole idea is to get them together, get them working nicely in the play box, and then explaining to them the benefits of a business improvement district like the T-bid that was created by the hoteliers. They pool their money together to get the benefit together. Now, it's a little difficult, because there's such a diversity of businesses down there and sizes of business too. We saw Foster Freeze, and then on the other aspect of it, we have the Depot restaurant or one of the other restaurants which are much bigger. So how do you, and you want them to buy in, and the way you get them to buy in is to get them talking together and deciding that's a good idea. Show them some examples, like I believe Pasadena has a business improvement district, and we always hear that Pasadena is such a great walkable town, and they help create it themselves. City can't create everything. And as we all know, and when we all are in districts, everybody's district will be saying, how come you're putting all the money into downtown Old Torrance? You know, you're going to be seeing that coming about. They have to be self-supportive and have to be self-assertive, but they have to be on the same playing field too. Whereas, you know, maybe the chef at the depot is doing an event, you don't want 3 others doing the events at the same time, or you know, having a group event so that everybody can do it, much like the downtown fair. Some people don't like it, but you know, we get crowds of people down there and they go to the restaurants and they buy other things as well. So there is a benefit when you bring people to the area. And how do you make that decision, or where do you get the funding for that? Because one guy's not going to want to fund the whole kit and caboodle. So that's where the business improvement district, I still think we're a bit away from that because of the pandemic. I think we're still hearing the economy's not right for a lot of our businesses, but we have to let them know that that's where it's going. I mean, that's the best thing for them. When we look at all the other downtowns that have been successful, they always wound up doing a business improvement district.
Your Honor, if I could add on to that, Danny Santana again. One of the best benefits of business improvement districts is the coordinated program. That's what draws boots on the ground and brings the consumer to take advantage of the beautiful environment that exists in Old Torrance, but also bring the businesses, the consumers that they need for repeat visits from those customers. So the business improvement districts in our outreach to staff, which, Your Honor, as you indicated, have already commenced and will continue, Councilman, we can set the starting line for any sort of collections out in the horizon a bit and make some of the assessments, at least at the early stages, focus on the programming aspect. The business improvement actually allows them to form and occupy the governance structure controls so that they can determine what the best programming, what the best event planning can be to suit their needs and what they're hoping to achieve.
Thank you, that's great.
You know, I really appreciate all those comments, and you know, I've been involved with the Downtown Business Association for many years and participated in many of their meetings, and I think it's a great start to something there, but the problem is there's not really any money that's generated to really do anything with, and there's a huge lack of participation. There's a lot of property owners and business owners who aren't participating that really should be. And I think a more formalized business improvement district will get everybody together. And like I said, I understand that maybe they won't have money because of the issues of pandemic, but we can still start the formation of that, get all the shareholders involved, and work our way up as far as getting a better collection of funds, because I imagine you would be able to change the funding over time. Maybe start it off at a very low level of funding, but to define all the participants and the geography. And get those people to buy in right up front. Because I think if we start doing stuff without having that buy-in, we might be treading water a little bit. And I'd like to see more of the businesses and owners be involved early as we possibly can. Again, just my thoughts. The other comment I wanted to make is one of my pet peeves has always been when we have rules that we don't enforce, it creates problems. And you've always heard me speaking over many years about parking enforcement. Parking enforcement in downtown, from my experience and knowledge, unless it's been some changes recently, has been almost completely not enforced. And we either need to get rid of the signs or we need to enforce it. And I think that that's a simple decision. And I don't see any reason why we can't be enforcing it. I think that if we really want to be serious about showing the businesses that we want to help attract more customers in there, we need to crack down on that. I hear from so many people that business employees and owners park in the most valuable parking spaces because they know that it's not going to get enforced. And as much as I hate for them to be interrupted from the ease of their parking situations, I think we need to show that area that we're committed to in making those spaces available for customers. And so that's just my 2 cents again.
That was actually about 5 cents.
Sorry.
Yeah. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Thank you. I would like to see, after enough information is collected and we're really on a road to doing things, maybe having a workshop that we could discuss these things so that it's not like at midnight, because we have a lot of input, and maybe a periodic workshop every year. 6 months, seeing how you collect the information and what's viable and doable.
Sort of a periodic update of the progress being made in implementing the plan.
Great, thank you.
And I think the downtown business people would appreciate that as well. Councilmember Chen?
Thank you, Mayor. I was just wondering, when we're doing these surveys with the downtown business community and the Old Town residence area, was there, maybe I missed the data, was there receptivity from the residents that the downtown area is alive past till like maybe even 10 p.m. at night? The reason why I bring this is because, you know, the mayor mentioned Pasadena. I took a field trip to Temecula about a year ago, and then after that, my friend said, "George, have you been to downtown Pasadena in a while?" And I said, "No." So he took me there, and we went to the Earth Cafe. 10 p.m. at night, people were lining up around the corners all the way outside, and the price of the coffee and the dessert made Starbucks look cheap. So, but I was surprised. People are still lining up all the way out to the sidewalk. Is the community and residents open to that type of liveliness, or or?
I think our surveys show that there is openness to it. That sort of cutoff as to how late is too late, that may be something that we need to really explore, but our goal is to get more people in there, because currently really the busiest times are midday during the week. So if we get a little more diversity with the tenant mix and businesses, and maybe add a little more housing around the perimeter, then we'd be able to get a little more evening activity and weekend activity, and introduce a little more life into the area beyond the 5 p.m.
I understand. You know what I mean, right? Yeah. So let me ask, on attachment A, I think page 1, 2, 3, way on the bottom here, this almost looks like a flow chart. The community conversation and key takeaways. Way on the bottom, there's a comment that says, needs an anchor or draw that has daily flow of traffic. Could be a grocery store like Trader Joe's or other use that brings the community together. That's the very last one. And then if I just will go to the right bubble there, it says no chain stores, do not want competition. So is Trader Joe's considered not a chain store then in this definition? Because
I'm sorry, Greg. Councilman Danny Santana again. When you ask the public their opinion, they're going to share it. And we get all sorts of opinions, especially through this effort. From a planning perspective, a grocery use would be a nice addition to downtown.
Okay.
Whether it's a Trader Joe's or a Gelson's or what an individual may determine to be a chain operation, that's up to interpretation. The consultant did identify a potential strategy that would allow for the city to implement measures to have an elevated threshold or additional requirements for chain operations. That is something that staff did consider, but ultimately we did not incorporate as one of our recommended initiatives. Because really, if Louis Vuitton comes to the city and they want to take over one of the particular locations to function as a draw, they're a chain. I don't think the city would view that as a negative addition to downtown. I don't want to start a rumor. I'm sorry to the city manager. That's not our intent. I have not had any conversations with Louis Vuitton. Let me just disclose that. I use that as an example.
Have you ever had a conversation with Apple?
I believe the fifth.
Every week, Your Honor.
Well, I definitely Apple would be a draw. I was just wondering, as we move on, I definitely like this idea. I really appreciate what staff's been doing, and and when the mayor brought up Apple, and I know that Aram knows that I've said past, when Apple decides to move in, we know we hit the target. So the thing is, I was thinking when we go on the next stage of implementation, I don't know what Temecula or Pasadena did. Do we invite these potential anchors businesses into some of our meetings and say, what would downtown Torrance be like for you to be interested?
So, Councilman, that is part of our upcoming strategies with prospective tenants. But the best position for the city to be in, the best position for downtown to be in, is if we could offer what I consider to be the best economic incentive, and that is certainty. If the zoning, if the parking modernization, if the availability, if the street grid, all the nuts and bolts are in place, even if it's just from a plan consideration, that puts downtown and the city in a better position to actually spark their interest and get them down. Once we get them down there and we walk them around, I feel confident that we'll be able to land marquee tenants, not necessarily a chain, but the quality tenants that the community is looking to have the city help realize in that location.
And along the lines of what Assistant City Manager Santana said, Councilman, Torrance is a known entity in the retail landscape, and adding another opportunity in the South Bay market, having the reach of the Torrance radius is a significant advantage. So once we have the framework of the parking standards, development standards, and we're ready for business, we'll take the show on the road with the resources we have through cable community relations, with economic development, in our relationships with significantly major players in the retail landscape. We don't have to sell Torrance, but we'll sell this opportunity as a means to expand that footprint. And we'll also partner up with Discover Torrance, our existing business improvement district, with the hotels, and be able to create a draw. Typically, when you're visiting a destination, you look in the local magazine, and you find the zoo, the attractions, and you look for Old Town. And having an Old Town, with Old Downtown Torrance, I think will be a significant draw. And I think an earlier comment Councilman Matucci made, someone may come to Torrance to go to the beach. They'll come back once they're driving and they see the huge sign about downtown Torrance. They'll see the mall. They'll hopefully come back and bring us that repeat business. And Mayor, before I wrap up, Councilman Kalani also wants to make some comments.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kalani?
Thank you very much. So much work has gone into this, and thank you to everyone involved. I was looking at the portion of the presentation when it talks about things that we can do immediately to help downtown Torrance be revitalized. And what came to my mind was a couple of things. I know the El Prado parking building, people don't like to park there, according to the executive summary, because it doesn't feel safe. One of my questions was, is there lighting? Is there something we can do easily, quickly to make that a better place to park? That was one question. And then my other question, and I want to be respectful of the time. My other question is, could we do something using social media, which is quite inexpensive to do, to draw people into activities or things to do like touring the breweries in the evenings and weekends versus local people just coming in the middle of the day? Those were my two questions in one. Thanks.
So, Councilwoman Danny Santana again. The answer to both of your questions is yes. In reverse order, the city's city cable and community relations can certainly support from a social media advertising perspective. They do quite an extraordinary job with existing city-supported programming events that are more on a seasonal basis. But if the business improvement district does get advanced, the city's social media presence could actually support those privately organized and coordinated events. That's really where we can help support business-led and directed initiatives to make sure that both the businesses in downtown and the city's greater apparatus is helping support one another. Secondly, from a parking standpoint, You can drive in front of all the businesses on Sartorial, Prado, Marcelino. All the street parking spaces are extremely popular. For other considerations, I think Councilman Griffiths mentioned, there are some underlying conditions associated with that. But you can go into the first or second level of the parking structure, and you'll see ample parking available. Part of that reason is lack of awareness. The signage and wayfinding efforts that Greg mentioned, Mr. Loden mentioned, will certainly help. But also the measures that you mentioned, Councilwoman, about improved lighting can certainly do quite a bit of improvement to help addressing those concerns. Those have been identified in the plan, and that is one of the measures that I believe staff identified in short term, if I'm not mistaken. And those, if approved by council, we can help advance those initiatives according to the timeline that is included in your direction.
Going back a little bit, thank you so much, Mr. Santana. Going back to these maybe social media, which is obviously very affordable, I don't know that we necessarily have to wait for an event. Maybe we could, showcase, as I said, the breweries, or showcase a specific business, a different business ongoing to attract people during those times, those non-peak times.
Councilwoman, we've been doing that with the 100 Years of Incorporation campaign, but we can certainly do more of it. And through the Office of Economic Development, and in going back to them to show them the conclusions of this plan in more detail, we can certainly make that an availability for any businesses that want to partner with the city's services.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Walser.
Thank you, Mayor. As a distant cousin and member of the Downtown Business Association, I really applaud the idea of the Business Improvement District. This is a new concept for me. And along that line, there's a lot of businesses that are more national in nature, and I'm thinking in terms of the banks. And this would help bring in funding and activity. So I'd like the idea that, because the Business Association are really all small businesses. And it's a good group. We discuss things, but there is no funding. And I think this concept would be wonderful. So I would applaud that. But we need to have some method to bring the national people that are already there. And they're reaping the benefit of being downtown. The other kind of a question, obviously we want to improve on the outdoor dining, but at the same time we've got a parking problem. So you've got a conflict of interest there. And that's, part of your challenge to come up with a plan, but parking is a problem. And like you say, some of the problem is awareness, because as someone who drives through, you don't see the structures. So that's all.
Councilmember Griffith.
Yeah, I wanted to add a few more comments. I've shared my comments about growing up in Pasadena and watching the evolution of downtown Pasadena. And I want to kind of make some comparisons to what we're considering, is that what happened in downtown Pasadena didn't happen overnight. It took a long time. And it went, as I watched it change, it went through many iterations of first a bunch of nice businesses, but no-name businesses that you've never heard of started to build into these structures where there was just slums before boarded up buildings. And so there was a phase one of some new retail type establishments that came in there, but they're pretty much all no-name type businesses, but it was a first step. Then it started to see some popularity, and then some bigger name entities decided to come in, and then rents started to go up, and the value of the property started to go up, and so things started to just evolve after that first step, but it continued to evolve time after time, and so it never got to where it is today, just in a 5-year period of time. It was more like 20 plus years. So if anybody's thinking that downtown Torrance is going to turn into downtown Pasadena in the next 5 years, that's not going to happen here. But we need to start someplace, and we need to start doing what Pasadena did, slow evolution of our downtown. And we've already evolved. We evolved past the point where people didn't even want to go downtown because they felt unsafe, it was shady businesses. We've passed that step, so we've already actually made some progress that I equate to the phase 1 of Pasadena's development. So I think that's the expectation we need to make sure we set. And that the other thing that I'm concerned about is that we have some mixed use already where there's some residential, and we've already seen, or I have, and maybe anybody who's been here for a while, has seen where there's a lot of pushback from the residents there when we want to try to do some new things and bring in some entertainment or anything that might make some noise, and they're used to sleepy downtown. And we have to make a decision. Are we going to keep it sleepy downtown, or are we going to make it a little bit more vibrant and exciting and have businesses that stay open past 8 o'clock? And so we also have to get the residents to buy into that. And that's going to be a challenge. And because they've bought into it thinking, oh, I love this sleepy little downtown. And if we want to continue to do what we want to do, it may not stay as sleepy as they want. So we need to find a way to keep the residents happy and engaged in a way that they can see the benefit of why we're doing this, and hopefully the benefit of the increased value of their properties, such that if they want to go to a sleepy town, they can sell their place for a big profit and take that someplace else if they don't want to live in a more booming type of downtown. So a lot of challenges, no question about it, and it's not going to happen overnight, but I'm just really excited about the opportunities that our downtown provides, and in conjunction with this plan and the staff's vision, I think this is going to be a great opportunity for us. So thanks again.
Those problems are not insurmountable. That's why we get paid the big bucks, to be able to make that. I mean, as you were saying that, that's a natural progression that it would go to. And then the pushback, it's the balancing act to making everybody happy is almost impossible, but at least if you make the greater majority happy, then we're accomplishing something. Councilmember Matucci.
Sorry, I got to reach for my little bun. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, great points, Councilman Griffith. I think we do have to make a decision. Are we going to continue being the sleepy town, especially in the downtown area? Let's face it, past 5 p.m., it starts dying, and it dies pretty darn quick. I do commercial leasing for a living. I've been doing that since I was 16 years old. And I can tell you this, that brick and mortar retail is dead. If we're looking for retail shops, very, very, very few, like, maybe a cell phone store, stuff like that could work as far as retail. But, little boutiques and stuff like that, unless you're a national name brand or a worldwide name brand, there's a good chance your death rate is really, really high. There's a town up north, I'm not going to mention their name, but they made it a point to not give out permits or business licenses to any national chains. We're the mom and pop city. Well, guess what? Their turnover in retail space is really, really high. And I'd say about 4 or 5 years into it, they started now leasing to national chains. You kind of have to. The benefit of a national chain is the fact that they have the funding to survive the storm. A lot of times they also have proven methods that obviously work. They wouldn't duplicate it, hundreds or maybe even thousands of times if it didn't work. Mom and pops are beautiful. I love mom and pop businesses, but unfortunately they're not necessarily a draw. There are some, don't get me wrong, there are some businesses that are mom and pops and they're a draw. But if we focus only on mom and pops, local businesses, organic, born and raised in Torrance, it's going to fail. Especially if we don't have entertainment that's open past 8 p.m. People want to go out. They don't want to drive home get off at 5:30, go home, take a shower, get dressed up. Let's go out. Let's go downtown Torrance. And then at 8 o'clock, they're already telling you, I'm sorry, the kitchen's closed. That's just not good for business, not good for entertainment. And quite honestly, I don't think people want to hang out and be stressed out that they have to leave at 8 o'clock when the sun's still out. Another thing is we have that newer condo building, and my recollection on that is that the CCNRs for that particular building, it was disclosed that entertainment was part of the general plan. But just like anything else, when I go home, I don't want to have big, a band playing downstairs. Let's face it, this is how it is. But I do believe that those CCNRs, I don't know if that's information that anybody has, I believe that CCNRs actually specifically say that entertainment is part of that area and that you're going to have noise.
Closures with a number of the buildings on the plaza that do contain that acknowledgement that there are urban activities and other things that sort of lead to a more vibrant area than you would see in other areas. So that is part of the CCNRs, as you mentioned.
Yeah, okay, and I feel for the residents that live there. Like I said, I wouldn't want to live with a band playing downstairs every night or every other night or whatever. But we do have to, I think, make a decision. If we are going to do something vibrant, let's do it. That's great. If not, it's just going to be like that for another 100 years. Entertainment. Anywhere you go, whether it's Pasadena, Temecula, those old town places. The only places that are really hopping, beer, wine, pizza, spaghetti houses, steak houses, places with the, line around the door, they're hopping because they're fun, they're entertainment, right? People want to have fun. They'll go out and spend money on dinner every day, if it's fun, if it's an area that's conducive to entertainment. I just don't see downtown being that right now. It can be. And it can be very, I guess, not very easily, because I think as Councilman Walter, it's good, it sounds good, Walter. And it was their first time speaking, just right now, I think you're a natural. But anyways, when we first talked about this plan coming up and hiring consultants, one of my biggest fears was that we're going to put together a really fancy plan and not have any money to implement it. I think we're able to piece it together. I also agree that I think we should probably expedite some of the stuff because let's face it, after about a year and a half of struggling, we want to give a shot of life to our businesses. But also at the same time, this is kind of more of a general statement. Let's not forget about the rest of the businesses. I know we are working on all of the businesses. We heavily rely on businesses being successful for us to be successful. So I would imagine this project is in addition to the already successful businesses in town. I don't want to have to take from Peter to pay Paul or divert customers from one area of Torrance to the downtown area. I think the plan should be to attract more business to the area, not just divert it from, let's say, Del Amo to Old Torrance. So anyways, I'm pretty excited about this. It's really cool. I know there's a lot of work that went into it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I think we have a lot on our table to go right now, but there's nothing down there precludes national businesses from going there. In fact, I know a few of the owners down there would embrace it in a New York moment if they came down there. But we have to make it appetizing for those people. The housing corridor study, I think, is imperative. Housing element update, imperative. Signage and wayfinding, and zoning and parking modifications. So modernizations of those elements, then when the national chain comes there to say, wow, this fits our thing. But as we sit right now, where we have, everybody complains there's no parking, and I've been there at lunchtime too. You can't find a parking spot, you got to know where to go to get a parking spot. But we have to do these implementations so they know they'll have the foot traffic, They know people will be walking there. And, you know, I look forward to the current efforts. I think we can just continue on pushing with that, and I think we're in the right direction. Mr. Walser, now your second term.
This will be brief, but I really applaud what the attempts that we're taking here. A thought to put out is expanding what you define as downtown Torrance. There's a lot of adjacent, not including my location, I'm way off the beaten path, but the reality is there's a lot of things on Torrance Boulevard, Carson, whatever, that could expand and give you more drawing power. Because and also you've got more land and parking capabilities too. So I think that's something worth considering, expanding what you define as downtown Torrance.
Okay, I think we've given directions to staff. I mean, obviously, I don't think we have to lay out any more. It was your recommendations, and we just want to magnify them and say, yeah, let's do it within our limitations, what we have. And maybe that'll stimulate the downtown association, the business association. And we, you know, we've started the discussion with them about a business improvement district. They're not naive to it, and I think some of them see the value added that it would have, and that would do a lot of the things that Councilmember Kalani was pointing out. You know, having events and pushing it out on social media, advertising, getting people out there. I mean, you know, we've done the street fair, and yeah, it's on a monthly basis, and people know about it. But if there was other fairs down there the same way, we know how to block off the streets. We know how to get people to go down there, and they would go down there, and that would bring more businesses, hopefully, to open up and you know, continue making better business. But I think we're starting to show the signs of it. So.
Your Honor, if that is the sentiment of yourself and your colleagues, can we get a motion that staff's recommended implementation measures are appropriate, and then direct us to advance them?
That's what we're looking for, a motion.
Mayor, I move that we go with the recommendations of the Community Development Director, and also base the direction on what was discussed here on the dais.
I think Councilmember Kalani wanted to second that motion.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I do. Thank you very much.
It was pointed out to me by staff. I have two pictures of you, one on the other side, and I was looking straight ahead.
Thank you.
Okay, we have motion and a second now.
Start voting, please. Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Look forward to the excitement downtown. The next item on the agenda is item 12A, a second and final reading of ordinance number 3892. May we have a number and a title, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is ordinance number 3892, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Division 4 by repealing Section 44.3.16 of the Torrance Municipal Code prohibiting overnight camping on beaches, amending Section 45.1.4, standing or sitting on streets, sidewalks, etc., as to obstruct free passage, amending Section 45.6.6, prohibiting the use of tents for living or sleeping, and adding Section 45.1.8, closing Civic Center grounds 10 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Move to adopt ordinance number 3892.
I second.
Start voting, please. Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Well, thank you. That takes us to City Council orals. And I'm not going to call on you first, Mr. Walser. I'll let you go last after you hear everybody else. Councilmember Matucci.
Should have left it on. Thank you, Mayor. Just want to say congratulations, Councilman Walser, and
Hello.
welcome.
There doesn't appear to be any activity.
Time's up. I'll go home. So yeah, welcome, and I think you're a natural. You did very well. Also, I wanted to bring up, I don't know if I need concurrence on this, but a couple of weeks ago, we voted in a homeless plan, or the initial steps to a homeless plan, divided up by 3 items. On 9A of that week, we voted in a location, but in the, I think Sharon, Councilman Kalani had suggested that we continuously look for a new, a possible alternate location. What I'd like for us to do is to, since we're going to be doing 2 meetings a month, I would like for staff to give us an update at every meeting, if possible, both on the progress of the homeless plans. We're going to be right in the midst of it, right? I mean, and even if we don't have anything valuable, just come back and say, look, there's really no progress this period, whatever it may be. Just and also the efforts that we promised the people that we were going to continuously look for alternate sites. I would like to see us do that at every meeting until we get that program up and running, and also alternate sites located. I would like to see that to be a continuous item on the agenda.
If it's monthly, we can provide that, Councilman. And sometimes there may be gaps, but we can put an item, standing item.
Yeah, because right now it's quarterly, right? I think
that was the plan, but we can
quarterly.
provide you monthly updates, not a problem.
Yeah, at the very least monthly, yeah. Every other meeting, if we can, if that's okay with my.
If that's council's direction, we can do that.
I was just concerned because it does involve land and perhaps negotiation of property.
If it's subject to the real property owner, we'll be disclosing that in closed session. But as far as more of the operational updates, we can give generic updates.
Yeah.
And then if there's specific discussions, I know Mrs. Santana and his team have been involved with several potential parties along those lines, but we haven't to date materialized anything, but we'll bring you updates as they become available.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think any of us were super excited about the location, but I think we owe it to the public to continuously look for alternatives.
And we're continuously looking.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Councilmember Ashcraft.
Welcome, Councilman Walser. Glad to have you here. I have nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Chen.
Welcome, Councilman Walser, to the team. And I hope that all the residents had a enjoyable 4th of July, Independence Day weekend, and thank you for the fireworks show.
Thank you, Councilmember Griffiths.
Thank you. Thanks for everybody who's still watching, for sticking with us. We had a lot of important stuff here tonight, and certainly one of the biggest things was the appointment of Mr. Jack Walser to our council, and I'm very pleased. I've had the pleasure of knowing Mr. Walser for many years. Tremendous business person here in our community, very, very dedicated to Torrance, and I'm very confident he will make an excellent council member for the remainder of the term. I do have something else I'd like to ask about, and as we just passed the 4th of July, I've talked about this before in previous years, where we have, again, my pet peeve of, we have rules about illegal fireworks that just don't seem to be enforced. And I know there's challenges with enforcing them, but it seems to be the problem seems to be getting worse every single year. And unfortunately, with no enforcement, I think that trend will continue. And so maybe with the police chief, Chief Hart, you can respond to that now, or what I maybe would do is have an item come back where some further discussion of what things we can do to help with this situation in the future. I'm not sure what the best method going forward would be, but I think it's an issue that needs to be discussed and potentially addressed. And if you want to add something now, or.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman. Chief Hart, Torrance, please. So the firework issue, the illegal firework issue in the city of Torrance is very important to us and the fire department. Over the last couple of days, I had the opportunity to speak with members of the community that wanted to express their concern. And we were able to explain to them the approach that the police department took this year and what we're looking to do towards the future. So towards the future, we're looking towards a two-pronged approach. The first one is regional. Last week, I met with the South Bay Chiefs to start talking about what they experienced and strategies we could start to implement. Later this week, I'm going to meet with LA County Chiefs where we're going to do the same because there are some partnerships that we can work towards, especially when it comes with the amount of illegal fireworks coming to LA County. So that's one approach. And then the second one is the local approach. And what we're looking at right now is three specific things. The first one is going to be education. And then the second one is working closely with fire and a special task force to work towards deterrence and then enforcement. And I really want to talk about very quickly the importance of the education component. And what we're really going to need to focus on even more is to get buy-in from the community to partner with the police department on going after enforcement. For example, on the 4th of July, we got, the police department received 147 calls on the 4th of July for illegal fireworks. And of those, 17 community members were willing to partner with us to be a witness or to assist us in signing misdemeanor complaint forms. So only 11% of the community was willing to participate to where we can go for the enforcement operation. And that tells us we need to do a better job in communicating what that looks like and how we can partner with them. But that's the two-pronged approach that we're working on, and we are working on a staff report also on the results of the field activity in relationship to the calls, and we should have that in the next couple of weeks.
Great. I'd love to hear more on the details with that when you do that, and I appreciate that you're on top of it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kalani. Aloha.
For not only taking the time to fly, but for their deep commitment to our city. And congratulations, Councilman Walter. So nice to have you on our team. I look forward to serving with you. And reminder that we have had some increases in COVID activity, so please continue to be safe and well. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Good night. Good morning, actually, over here.
Right.
And now, Councilmember Walzer.
I want to really express my gratitude for the confidence and vote and the honor of joining this honorary body. I think I look forward to the challenges and a learning curve, but hopefully I will make good contributions. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Walzer, if you're as actively involved in this city council as you have been in the business field as well as the Chamber of Commerce, I'm certain we will get our money's worth out of you. That's for darn sure. And I was reminded earlier from a text message from Donna Dupron from the Chamber that it was I who challenged the Chamber at a GAP meeting, and I said, you know, we're having applications, and she said Jack jumped right on it, and clearly it worked. So congratulations for being here. We look forward to working with you, and we have some challenges, but you know, that's what the best operations are. When you have challenges, then you get some good stuff done. So we're certainly really happy to have you here. And it was mentioned earlier tonight, we continue to celebrate 100 years of our city's incorporation. So if you haven't already, check out the 100 Things to Experience in Torrance. Each week, we've released 10 new activities for you to explore. This Thursday, we will release the final 10. Check out experiences ranging from dining to shopping and, of course, to some of the city's famous landmarks. Maybe they're not as famous as some people think, but we find them interesting at worst. Visit torranceca.gov/100 years of incorporation to find out more. There continues to be a severe blood shortage, and the city would like to encourage donors of all blood types to donate. Torrance is hosting a blood drive on Thursday, July 29th from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Ken Miller Recreation Center. Donors are encouraged to make an appointment, and please bring a photo ID. Remember to eat well and increase your fluid intake a couple of days before and the day of your actual donation. To make an appointment, you can visit ucedonor.com, or email NLAI, that's NLAI, at mednet.ucla.edu. In any event, back Thursday, July 29th, 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. We will remind you on the 27th. That'll be 2 days from that. Mentioned earlier also about the vaccinations. Our numbers are really great. 96.4% of over 65, 76.5% of those who are eligible, but that means there's still time for other people to get vaccinated. You can get vaccinated now at CVS, Walgreens, just about any place. If you can't find, you can call 833-540-0473 or go online at vaccinatelacounty.com. You got to get vaccinated. I mean, it's the only way we can feel really serious. We've asked to look forward to the statistics, and I'm certain everything I've heard nationally is 98% of the people who are now infected are those who are not vaccinated. Although California is now open, there's still more information to share concerning COVID-19. Follow us on social media and visit torranceca.gov/COVID-19. For daily updates, tune into City Cable or torranceca.gov and watch live COVID-19 Today, Monday through Thursday at 4 p.m. and weekends in Torrance, which airs every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at 2 p.m. Good night, everybody. We'll take a motion to adjourn. I hope somebody picked up the short copy.
Yes, Mayor, I did. By the way, does she want to do it from afar? She can do it.
Councilmember Kalani, are you ready?
I am ready. I would like to make a motion to adjourn the City Council meeting to Tuesday, July 27th, 2021 at 5 p.m. for closed session with the regular meeting commencing at 6:30 p.m. in compliance with Governor Newsom's Executive Order 102920 as extended by Governor Newsom's Executive Order N0821, which suspended portions of the Brown Act, Governor Newsom's Executive Order N3320, stay-at-home order issued March 19, 2020, and the County of Los Angeles Public Health Officers a safer return together at work and in the community beyond the blueprint for a safer economy, encouraging COVID-19 vaccination coverage with limited risk reduction measures issued June 28, 2021. Members of the Torrance City Council and staff will participate in this meeting in person or via teleconference or other electronic means. The council chamber will remain closed to the public in our continued effort to practice social distancing to reduce the spread of COVID-19. Members of the public are encouraged to watch the meeting via City Cable Channel 3 Spectrum and Channel 31 Frontier, streaming on torranceca.gov, Facebook at City of Torrance CA Government, and YouTube channel Torrance City Cable. Tuesday, July 20th, 2021 is a council dark night.
Do we have a second?
It's only appropriate I do the simple no-brainer. I second the motion.
Start voting, please.
Should I abstain?
Councilmember Kalani.
That was the best second I've ever heard. At
It's a yes
12:36.
for me.
Thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
All right. Good night, good morning, everyone. We'll see you in 2 weeks on the 27th.